with actor and comedian Joe Coy. He stopped by for our What I Watched series and told us all about his new movie, Easter Sunday. Then one of our favorites, Chrissy Metz. The actress joined the third hour to update us on her latest music. And last but not least, a clip from our vault to celebrate the late Paul Sorvino and his unforgettable role in Goodfellas. But first, today's pop start with Chanel, starting with news about a legend who recently hinted his 60-year career could soon come to a close. Steve Martin.
So first up, Steve Martin, the iconic comedian's life story is getting the Hollywood treatment. Yesterday, The Hollywood Reporter revealed plans for a two-part feature about Martin's career. And it has some serious star power behind the camera. Mr. Rogers' documentary, Won't You Be My Neighbor? Director Morgan Neville will helm the project. You might recall, back in 2007, Martin's memoir, it was called Born Standing Up, hit the New York Times bestseller list. Well, now Steve promises this new project will go way, way back to his origin story. He told The Hollywood Reporter that the filmmakers have a lot of archival material, including a photo of his father from Germany in 1944, touring a production of Our Town with the USO. Should be good. No word yet on when the feature will be released, but it's scheduled to debut on Apple TV+. All right, next up, Madonna. The Material Girl is proving she can rock even the smallest of performances. Last night, the Queen of Pop visited this Tonight Show to join Jimmy and the Roots for a classroom instruments rendition.
Oh,
I love this too. This is of her 2000 hit Music. Check it out.
I love it.
That's awesome. That's a hard song to do, like acoustically.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they nailed it.
Instruments, let's not forget.
And the guy with the xylophone in the front, that was even
I wish I could be there when they're just hanging out having a good time. Oh, so good. All right, next up, The Simpsons. The long-running cartoon has been, of course, known for its incredible ability to predict the future. Well, check out this episode from season 12. You may remember when Lisa referred to a President Trump 16 years before he was elected.
As you know, we've inherited quite a budget crunch from President Trump. How bad is it, Secretary Van Houten?
We're broke.
Okay, so over the years, fans have also pointed out how the show gave us a sneak peek at FaceTime technology, Olympic results, and so much more. Well, after decades of creepy coincidences popping up on the show, they're talking about it. Executive producer Matt Selman says The Simpsons is finally going to reveal how that magic is done. In a new interview, he told Deadline about an upcoming episode that will explain how The Simpsons know the future. Because, of course, it's true, right? He says it's a conceptual episode with lots of crazy stuff in it, but it does an explanation of how The Simpsons can predict the future. So what does that mean? I have no idea, but we'll just have to wait and see when The Simpsons returns
34 years?
34th season.
Wow.
What season were you a part of? You were in...
I was 2000. No, yeah, exactly. I was actually Marge. It was, I think, the 30th season.
And you played yourself.
I played me. Bart came to Rockefeller Center.
I mean, how fun.
I know. Maybe for the 35th season.
There you go.
All right, next up, Stranger Things. After 4 wildly successful seasons, audiences have come to know and love the young actors, of course, behind Netflix's hit series. But back when the show started, those kids were all virtually unheard of. So, just how did they land roles on one of streaming's biggest shows? In a new interview with Vanity Fair, casting director Carmen Cuba is pulling back the curtain and revealing a sneak peek at the Hawking Gang's audition tapes from when they were all between 10 and 13 years old. You want to see some?
Yeah.
All right, get ready for some serious throwback cuteness. Look at this.
I am Noah Schnapp. I'm 10 years old. Am I weird?
I'm Finn Wolfhard. I'm sick. I'm late. I'm 4'11". I'm 12 years old.
Except I didn't tie it to a string. It was actually flying. This could be the most excellent promise you can make.
I have absolute power. Say it.
My name is Millie Brown. I'm 11 years old. You can't see. I can see it.
That's how she got that role.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, she was 11. Here's the thing. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but even though Millie Bobby Brown, she's British in real life.
Right.
But if you notice on that, she introduced herself in an American accent.
Wow.
So they were like, oh man, she can do it.
There's more you need to know since this is, of course, Pop Start Plus. First up, Chris Evans. The actor is revealing how a mistake in the wardrobe department led to an adorable twinning moment with his dog, Dodger. Check this out. So do you recognize that diamond print polo? It's the same one Chris was wearing in his latest action flick, The Gray Man. Well, apparently wardrobe shrunk one of his character's shirts and let Chris take it home for the pup. I think we know what Dodger is going to be for this Halloween this year. Up next, Justin Timberlake. Get ready for this earworm to make a comeback. Do you remember how in 2016 it seemed like everyone was playing Can't Stop the Feeling from the Trolls soundtrack? Well, on this week's episode of America's Got Talent, the Players Choir brought back Timberlake's pop hit. Now, this group of former NFL pros gave an a cappella rendition that had the audience up and dancing. Check this out. Yeah, those guys know how to get a party started. Plus, they even earned the stamp of approval from JT himself. Timberlake retweeted the show clip, giving it the little raised hands emoji. Unfortunately, the players did not make it to AGT's next round, but they shared on social media how blessed and grateful they are for the opportunity to be on stage this season. And finally, Missy Elliott. Miss A, the princess is here, and we mean right here. Take a look. This Portsmouth, Virginia street is being renamed Missy Elliott Boulevard, formerly known as McLean Street. This week, the local city council unanimously voted to rename the block in honor of the Grammy winner. And it's a special treat for the hit rapper and singer who grew up in the area. Yesterday, Missy tweeted, "I am forever grateful, P-Down. Congrats to Miss Demeter." Those are your Pop Start Plus headlines. Still to come, actor and comedian Joe Coy on what he loves to watch when he needs a laugh.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Pop Start Plus. Joe Coy brings the laughs on his Netflix stand-up specials, his comedy tours, and now in his first feature film. And I recently had the chance to sit down with him. I'm here with actor and stand-up comic Joe Coy for another episode of today's What I Watch series, where we ask folks about what they love to watch. And we're eager to hear what's on your list, Joe. You're also in a new movie coming out called Easter Sunday, so We'll ask you a few questions about that in a moment. But first, let's get to your list of what you like to watch. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
You don't know what's coming, all right? All right. So what do you like to watch? This is an easy one. When you need a good laugh.
Good laugh, Tommy Boy.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it's a classic. It's joke after joke. I love physical humor.
Truck tire. I can't stop. Help! There's a cliff.
Chris Farley was a genius at that. And then, of course, Spade. His timing was just impeccable.
Is that the one where in the car they're singing, "Don't you remember you telling me you love me, baby"?
Yeah.
Don't you remember you you told me you love me, baby. You said you'd be coming back this way again, baby.
That was so funny. Yep.
That's a good one. All right. Twist on this one. What do you love to watch when you're feeling sad?
When I'm feeling sad, I want something to lift me up.
Yes, sure.
Oof. The kid movies. So like Goonies, something like that would make me feel good about myself.
Okay.
Yeah, because it brings you back to
childhood.
when you were a kid and everything was fun.
So my next question was, what reminds you of your childhood? What do you like to watch that reminds you of your childhood? Is that what those are, or is there something else?
No, another one for my childhood would be, Delirious, Eddie Murphy, stand up. Yeah.
The ice cream man is coming! The ice cream man is coming! Ma!
That's a classic right there.
Classic.
All right, so if you need comfort, some comfort food, but in the form of something to watch, a movie, television.
Ooh, something that's comforting? Oh, that's a good question. It would be probably Mission Impossible. Because it just keeps me going. Like, I get happy. I feel like I can jump a building. So, you know what I mean? Like, I want to be Cruise for just 2 hours. Let me be Tom Cruise for 2 hours.
Maybe that can be your next movie, like something like that. Like
Done.
Action.
Let's go, yes. Minority Report 2.
There you go.
Yeah, let's go.
What do you watch that might surprise people?
Documentaries. I love documentaries. And I've always loved them since I was a kid. And what's crazy is my son loves documentaries. So I believe in this DNA thing, man. I saw my son at 8, he was like watching documentaries. I was like, I used to do that. So I love that.
That's very cool. And then anything you're watching right now that you're currently obsessed with, it's like your thing right now.
Currently obsessed with would have to be Jurassic Park is something that I still always go to. Those are the go-to movies that I can just click on and watch.
All right, let's talk about something that we hope a lot of people are going to be watching. That's your new movie, Easter Sunday. It's a new film from our parent company, NBC Universal. Anything you watch to prepare for that film, or anything that helped inspire it?
Oof, man, no.
Because your life inspired it, right?
Yeah.
I guess in a lot of ways.
I would, no lie, I would watch just all my favorite comics that moved to the big screen and literally like learn how they kept themselves in their characters.
Who are some that come to mind?
Like Bernie. Bernie stayed himself. Bernie Mac was great. Yeah. He just memorized his lines and delivered it as Bernie Mac. I'm not saying that's what I did. What I'm saying is I was a student just seeing that transition from stand-up to acting.
All right, what should we know about Easter Sunday? How do you sum up the plot for folks?
It's a family movie, first and foremost. I think we've always said if it's too specific, like no one's gonna get it. Well, it's like, no, everyone's gonna get it. It's just because my family's Filipino doesn't mean you're not gonna get a story between the father and the son and the mother and the daughter. Like, you get it. A family is a family, no matter what they are.
What do you hope this does? Not just for you, but for the Filipino-American community to have a movie like this by a major studio out there.
That's beautiful that you said that. And I don't hope, I know it's going to happen. But not only just for Filipinos, but AAPI alone. And just any immigrant that comes to this country. Any immigrant, you know what I mean? Where they come here and they feel invisible. You watch TV and you watch these movies and you not only sometimes you feel misrepresented or not represented at all, and it sucks, and this movie right here is going to show the world that it doesn't matter who you are, what color you are, your story is relevant and it's relatable. Very relatable.
That being said, you must feel a little bit of pressure.
A lot of pressure. But you know what? I got the hand of Steven Spielberg blessing this project, and I know people are going to be proud of what we did with this movie.
I have to ask you, our friends at the third hour of today's show were bringing up the fact that you had a recent breakup with Chelsea Handler, and you said something. You said you're still very close with your exes, which I think is pretty incredible, and that's maybe a good lesson for folks, right?
I think what it is you have an option to learn, right? Like, so I'm a product of a divorced family, right? Divorced parents, and I saw how they fought tooth and nail. And I mean, to this day, they still have, a rough relationship. And the only person that suffered were the kids. So when my ex and I broke up, my son's mommy, we became best friends. It's like, okay, we can't be together. That's fine, but we're parents. So my son needs parents, strong parents, and we're the best of friends, man. So I've always had that approach when it comes to relationships. It's like, yeah, Chelsea and I have always been friends. You know, before we were together, we were friends, and after, it's like I'm always gonna be her biggest cheerleader, and she's gonna crush it. She's always gonna crush it.
We're all your cheerleader right now. Joe
Oh.
Coy, best of luck with Easter Sunday. We appreciate you speaking with us. Such an absolute pleasure getting to hang with Joe. Check out his movie Easter Sunday. It's in theaters now. Up next, we are chatting with Chrissy Metz about her other great talent, singing.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back. Chrissy Metz is best known for her role as Kate on This Is Us. But not only can she act, she can also sing. And she updated the third hour about that part of her career, going on tour and everything else that's going on in her life.
This morning, we are delighted to be catching up with the multi-talented Chrissy Metz. You know, we all loved her as Kate Pearson on NBC's hit show, This Is Us. Well, now Chrissy is switching gears and hitting the road to perform some of her new country music on a 7-city tour, and she is here to tell us all about it. Good morning.
Hey, y'all.
Chrissy.
Hey. It's so nice to see you all.
Well,
it's been a minute.
I know, it's been a while. So much has been happening. But I knew you had all this musical talent, but I didn't know how much you love country music.
Oh, yeah. I mean, music was like my first love, and I grew up in Florida, and I also was just influenced by all genres of music. My parents loved music, and I just feel like country music, the storytelling aspect is so special, and I think I love to do that, as we can tell from the TV show I happen to be on. So yeah, it just felt right.
It's so interesting because a lot of people would think the acting was first and then the music, but it's clear that music is a love of yours, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I was making tapes in my bedroom with my boombox and trying to record and write poetry. But
I love that. So what was the inspiration behind this music?
Really, like love, loss, the past 10 years of my life, like gratitude, but also really healing through the feeling. And for a long time, right?
Let that marinate.
Yes.
Okay.
For a long time, I was afraid to feel because it's uncomfortable. Yep. You have to go through it, and the only way to go is through. Mm-hmm. So I found music always to be really cathartic, and I mean, it's healed me in many ways. So writing and being able to perform the songs now is like a dream. Yeah. It's like unreal, so exciting. So
let's talk about This Is Us.
Yes.
My wife and I, we just love the show so much. You wrapped it up a few months ago.
Yeah.
I read somewhere that you are open to the idea, perhaps, of a reunion down the road.
Yeah, like 10 years from now.
Yeah.
Like, how cute would it be?
It's too raw right now.
Yeah, it's too raw. It's too soon.
What part of the story do you think would be the impetus for the reunion? Is there a part that left you wanting a bit more?
You know, oh gosh. I mean, the stories of people's lives like continue for years and decades. So I don't know. I think it could be anything, but I love to see kids grow up and like what Tess and Annie would be doing and Jack and Haley. I mean, obviously we know Jack, spoiler alert, becomes a really big famous music guy, but I don't know. I think it could go anywhere.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I'm down for it.
Okay.
If Dan Fogelman's involved,
Dan?
Then you're in.
All right, Dan.
Yeah, you put it out into the universe. So we'll check in 10 years.
Right.
Let's talk about your children's book because you're also an author. You wrote this with your boyfriend.
Yeah.
When I talk to God, I talk about you is the name of it. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so over the pandemic, you know, people are, you know, really getting to know one another. And it was, I mean, the beginning of my relationship with my boyfriend. But, you know, you sort of talk about, like, do you want kids? Do you not? And I taught preschool. I have a huge family and I love kids. And I just know that it's so important, the foundation of, like, encouraging them and empowering them and supporting them. But also we had a lot of friends who want to become parents, whether it's adoption or fostering or biologically. And so it was really just the impetus of like, we understand the desire to want to have that connective tissue with children and how important it is. Like, as cheesy as it sounds, children really are the future.
Yeah.
So it really just blossomed from that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you guys just celebrated your 2nd anniversary.
We did.
Congratulations.
Yo, we got through COVID together.
I know.
Can you believe it?
That's wild.
Really, it's like we've been together for 10 years. If you've gone through a pandemic together.
It's like dog
a lot more time
Yeah.
than the other.
And he's also a songwriter, so there's a synergy there too.
Yeah, we've written once, and then I was like, you know what? I really want him to have his thing, and I don't want to sort of taint it with like my ideas or, you know, and vice versa. I think it's really important for people to have their own thing, but he's a very deep guy. Like, still waters run deep, so it's nice. It's great. Yeah.
Oh, we're so excited for you.
Thank you.
Good luck with the tour.
Thank you.
Next time, come and perform here in the studio.
I know. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
We've already
I will.
booked you.
I'd love
Putting it out
to.
there.
Thank you. Yes. I'm booked. I'm booked.
Great, Chrissy, thanks
Thank
so
you.
much. Hey, Chrissy's tour kicks off tonight
You're in Philly.
in Philadelphia, Chanel's town.
Yeah.
So you can go to her website for all tour dates and details. And remember, all seasons of This Is Us available on Hulu and NBC.com.
Oh my gosh, have the best time tonight.
Thank you.
So talented, that Chrissy Metz. Still to come, we're going to remember the late, great Paul Sorvino from his Goodfellas days. Stay with us.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Pop Start Plus. The entertainment world lost an icon last month when Paul Sorvino passed away at 83 years old. He was beloved for his role as a mob boss in Goodfellas, and in his honor, we pulled this clip from our vault from 1990 of Mr. Sorvino talking about that part and another one of his loves, singing opera.
Such a sweet and lovable guy. How did you come to play this tough character?
Well,
how did Scorsese come to think of you, do you think?
I know he liked my work because when we finally met, and I'd been looking to work with him for 10 years, he told me as much. I didn't have to sell him on me. We had a meeting and we both loved each other, so there was no doubt that I was going to do the role. My problem was the artistic problem, solving the problem of finding that cold, dark place that from which these actions could spring. And that took months.
But your background is from Brooklyn, and you are Italian.
Yes, but Italian-American life has nothing to do with Italian-American gangster life. I mean, there are some 4,000 identified mafiosi who are Italian-American, and there are some 20 or 30 million Italian-Americans, so there's no connection between mob life and the Italian-American experience. It's completely different.
That's a distinction that's very important to make, too.
Well, I think that so many people can look at this. It's as if one would say that all Russians are Cossacks and rob and rape women in villages. Because Cossacks are Russian, therefore Russians are Cossacks. Because mafiosi are Italian, then Italians are mafiosi. And that's a very unfortunate thing.
Of course, this isn't your first gangster role. This summer, in the spirit of fun, you were Lips Manless.
Lips Manless with the big lips, right, yeah.
Was that fun to do, that movie?
It was, yes. I'd never played with so much makeup on my face, and to walk by and not be recognized by people who know you very well. Just walk right by them and have no idea who you are.
Of course, those of us who know and love Paul Sorvino think of you also as a singer. Your very early ambition was to be a singer.
Yes.
You want to be an opera singer. In fact, you sang in Seattle not long ago at the opera company.
That's right. I sang 6 performances of Die Fledermaus as Alfred, the lead-headed tenor. And I played him sort of as Pavarotti because they wanted the quintessential Italian tenor. So I do like this. She tells me, please don't sing. You know what it does to me? I say, I know. That's the way I do. So I play like Mr. Pavarotti because he identify with Italian tenor.
That's a marvelous impersonation. I love that. Suppose there was a law. You could either be world famous as an opera star or world famous as an actor. Which would you choose?
Well, if you'll forgive me, that law is being constructed apparently because I've been offered Othello next season at a major opera house, and I have 2 or 3 different movie offers on my desk at the moment. So that confrontation is about to be witnessed. I don't know, and what I would say is I would probably do both. I would probably sing opera for a good part of the year, and I would probably involve myself in certain movie projects that I really find would express the most important parts of my personality, not yet unfolded to the public.
Let's talk about Goodfellas for a minute.
Yep.
You play a gang leader, a mob leader, and it's a very interesting movie because it is based on fact. It's based on a book called Wise Guys.
Don't put too many onions in the sauce. When I first read it, I thought, well, this will make a good movie. But the real reason to make this movie is that, to be in this movie, is that Mr. Scorsese is going to direct it. Then after I got on board, then Bobby De Niro got on board and a few others. And then I knew that we were going to have quite an event.
Some red wine.
Okay. Now we could eat.
I'm going to throw a curve at you.
Sure.
Would you do a little a cappella just so people realize what a great singer you are?
Well, I can do, let's see, do a little something from Othello. And I haven't vocalized, and I've only been up for 45 minutes.
It's early in the morning, but here we go. Paul Sorvino.
Non mi tema, sangue armato mi vede, ecco la fine del mio cammin. Oh, gloria.
Paul Sorvino, in the best sense of the word, you are a good fellow.
Thank you.
Paul Sorvino, so greatly missed. Thanks for tuning into this edition of Popstar Plus. We'll see you right back here tomorrow. So long for now.
Welcome to Shop Today. From my current obsessions in It List to a roundup of favorites for an instant refresh, we bring you the hottest products and the best tips for how to use them. Plus, I sit down with the biggest names in the business in Shop the Stars. It's just perfect. And share the trending products that are worth the hype and buzzworthy. We've got it all, including the latest technology so you can shop right with us with just a click. All this and more only on Shop Today with me, Jill Martin.
Hello and welcome to Shop Today. I'm so glad you're joining us because today we're taking things back to the basics as we prepare to welcome in a new season with a fresh start. This episode is all about the essentials you need to simplify in style. From your home to beauty routine, wardrobe to footwear, I've curated the best of the best to kick off fall on the right foot. My It List includes everything I'm loving this season, and the best part, all of my picks can be styled together. It's really so important to go back to the basics when it comes to fashion. These items are classics. They can be worn again and again. And because, you know, I always bring a deal, we have some exclusive offers just for our Shop Today family. So get ready to shop. It is so easy. Just scan that QR code at the corner of your screen with your smartphone or tablet for instant access. You can also text SHOP to 34318 or head to today.com/shopallday. Let's start with the ultimate workhorse, a perfect pair of jeans. Meet the 90s cheeky jean from Everlane. Pair these jeans with a tee for that classic look or dress them up with a blazer and heels. The brand says these jeans are made from Japanese denim, has an easy straight leg and an extra high rise. I find them so comfortable and flattering. Come in 6 different colors ranging from a bleach blue, which I love, to a deep Atlantic. A good jean never goes out of style, so investing in one as timeless as this makes sense. The jeans retail for $108. Speaking of a classic tee, let's talk about the Everlanes Organic Cotton Box Cut Tee. It's the ultimate staple. This tee features a crew neckline, which is very versatile, short sleeves, and a slightly cropped length. It has a relaxed fit, and the brand says it's made of 100% organic cotton. It's so soft. It's great for layering under a jacket, sweater, or blazer. The tee comes in versions with a pocket or without, and various colors in solid and stripes. Sizes range from extra, extra small to triple XL. The tees from Everlane retail for $30. You know I love layers because in the fall especially, it starts out cool and then heats up. This is perfect for those chilly mornings. The cardigan from Qualfort is a great piece to wear with your new jeans and tee. I love this oversized look of the cardigan. It features a relaxed button-down fit and chunky knit. The brand says it's made from 100% cotton, and it's really multifunctional because this cardigan is lightweight enough to wear on a warmer day or layer it over a long sleeve for extra warmth. It comes in multiple colors like green, magenta, and black. And I love that the product has inclusive sizing. This comes in sizes small to triple XL. The cardigan starts at less than $30. Next up, something we can't get enough of. Levi's is synonymous, as we know, with jeans, and they didn't miss the mark on this one. This is their women's ex-boyfriend trucker jacket. How cute is this? This jacket has an oversized fit for an extra relaxed silhouette. The brand says it's an updated take on their original jean jacket. And really, it is the ideal layering piece. Comes in 4 different washes, and the sizes range from extra small to extra large or size down for a tighter fit, but I actually like the relaxed look. The back waist tabs also make it adjustable. Plus, the pockets are great for on the go. It really works for any season. The Levi's jean jacket retails for $98. Scan the QR code below to check them out. Next up, we have our first exclusive deal. This is the Softy from Ya Living. A scarf is such a great addition to any look. Add it as a touch of color or layer on top of sweaters for some additional warmth. This one comes in 11 different colors from gray to blush, navy, and more. There's a color for any outfit. Plus, since it's oversized, this scarf doubles as a great pashmina to wear over your shoulders. You could use it as a blanket during travel or on a chilly night. And you really can't beat the price. Check this out. The retail is $125. The deal for any of the colors is $34. That's more than 70% off. Moving on to footwear. I just love the Brooklyn clog from Steve Madden. The clog is back. They have a wood sole and a block heel. It's a slip-on style that makes it easy to throw on and head out the door while looking effortlessly cool. They feature an on-trend studded trim, perfect for the fall. It comes in black and off-white in leather and taupe, and dark brown in suede. These are great for work or even a night out. You cannot go wrong. And the Brooklyn clog retails for $65.40. That is a great deal. Last up, talk about a trend coming back for all ages. These backpacks from Jansport are everything right now. A new backpack screams fall refresh, and with these timeless styles, you can't go wrong. Jansport has updated its classic backpack with new prints, styles, and materials, including the ones we have here. But these styles still have that classic, dependable silhouette that we know and love. Pick your features such as a water bottle pocket, laptop sleeve, internal organization, or even a larger pack. No matter what, the double straps make it easy to carry everything in one place and make commuting, traveling, or school trips a breeze. If you're on the go a lot, this is a must-have. The Jansport Backpacks come in prints like the adorable strawberries. Scan the QR code to check out all the different styles and find the right one for everyone in your life. The backpacks from Jansport, super affordable, starting at $25. Well, that wraps up my it list for Back to the Basics. Let's run through the products one more time. We have the 90s cheeky jean and cotton box cut tee from Everlane, the cardigan from Qualfort, the women's trucker jacket from Levi's, the softie from Ya Living, the Brooklyn clog from Steve Madden, and the Jansport backpacks. To shop these products, just scan the QR code below for instant access to all the items you see on today's show. You can also text SHOP to 34318 or head to today.com/shop all day. And just so you know, Today may make a commission for purchases made through the QR codes or links on today.com. Coming up, from sleep to beauty, I'm giving all of your routines an instant refresh for the fall with products including a comforter that feels like a cloud and a 4-in-1 makeup brush, plus more exclusive deals only for our Shop Today viewers. And later, I sit down with megastar actor and producer, the incredible Issa Ray. She'll have you laughing and inspired. All of that and more coming up only on Shop Today.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Shop Today, where we're going back to the basics. Whether it comes to sleep, beauty, or even your workout routine, adding 1 or 2 new items to your go-to basics can really help brighten up your day and jumpstart a new routine. Let's get started with one of the most important routines of all, sleep. Meet Nod Pod, a weighted blanket for your eyes. The design is strap-free, so you literally just lay it across your eyes. Not only does it block out light, but the brand says the design equally distributes the power of deep touch pressure across key pressure points as you fall asleep. The Nod Pod comes in 9 colors and goes for $34. From a weighted blanket for your eyes to a comforter for your whole body, look at this. This is the Buffy Cloud Comforter. The Buffy Cloud Comforter is medium weight and designed for year-round use. And it's the brand's mission to make it earth-friendly too. They say the comforter is made from sustainably produced fibers and recycled bottles that make up the inside fluff. The Buffy Cloud Comforter comes in twin to California King and starts at $129. Great investment. Next up, I've rounded up a multitasker that lives up to its name. The Alley-oop Multitasker 4-in-1 Makeup Brush. This one brush not only helps with decreasing clutter, but has 4 main brushes you need in one tool. So on this end, look at this. So you would use this as a sponge. You can dampen it and use it underneath your eye, use it for concealer. On the other side is a brush. And then get this, it opens. This is for your eyeliner. If you want to do on the bottom, you can even use it on your brows, but there is also eyeshadow. Is this amazing? All in one and fits right into your bag. The Alley-oop Multitasker 4-in-1 Makeup Brush is $28. That's really an incredible deal. Do your necklaces always get tangled? Well, the layering necklace trend is not going anywhere. This little clasp can pack a big punch when it comes to keeping your necklaces neat and tangle-free. The Festival Us necklace layering clasp comes in silver-plated or gold-plated and can hold either 2 or 3 necklaces at a time. This keeps them separated so they won't tangle. Isn't that genius? Simply attach your favorite necklaces to the clasps in the back. It will keep them organized and secure, all for under $7. Moving on to something we all need to replace, undergarments. Here's a sign to do yourself a favor and swap out those old stretched out pieces because this is one of our exclusive deals and it's a good one. Upgrade your undergarments with these Naked Rebellion bralettes. They come in 8 shades of nude and also in black. This is a great way to refresh. If a racerback is more your speed, this is the bra for an active lifestyle, and you never have to worry about straps slipping. We even have a deal for the company's best-selling tank bra. A perfect fit is so important for bras. Make sure you read the size chart to find yours. The retail price for the bras are $68, but today, our viewer deal is $34. That's 50% off. Naked Rebellion is offering matching underwear as well. And whether you prefer thongs or briefs, they have something for everyone. And the thongs are made of a mesh fabric, while the briefs have a full coverage nylon front and the mesh fabric backside. The retail price for the underwear range between $20 and $22, but today our viewer deal is just $10. That's more than 50% off. And last up, whether you are wearing workout clothes to lounge around in or hit the gym, a new matching outfit can bring relaxation or often motivation to your day. This set is from a brand called Park. Their high-rise ribbed legging and the Royal Rib Sports Bra are matching sets, and sets are in, and so is this rib texture. The leggings are made with 4-way stretch. It has a high-waisted fit. The fabric is 80% nylon with 20% spandex, so there's tons of stretch. They come in 5 pretty colors. Be sure to scan the QR code or head to our website to check them all out. The leggings retail for $98, but our deal today is $28. That's more than 70% off. And the sports bra retails for $74, but our deal price is $18. That's more than 75% off. And that rounds up my favorite, not so basic basics. Let's go through the products one more time. We have the Nod Pod weighted eye mask, the Buffy Cloud Comforter, the Alley-oop 4-in-1 Makeup Brush, the Festival Us necklace layering clasp, the Naked Rebellion undergarments, and the Park legging and sports bra. To shop these items, simply scan the QR code. You can also text SHOP to 34318 or head to today.com/shop all day. Coming up next, actor and best-selling author Issa Ray.
I'm just confident in what my insecurities are. I'm like, this is part of me. These are my flaws. And that's just part of who I am.
And later, have you heard about gaucho cowboy boots or bravery badges? You will want them when you see them. I have the buzziest items that are anything but basic. All that and more only on Shop Today.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Shop Today. This episode is all about refreshing and resetting. And there's no one more impressive to get us motivated and inspired than megastar, actor, writer, director, and producer Issa Ray. Seriously, what can't she do? We sat down for an honest and hilarious conversation. Plus, she shares her new role, entrepreneur, that is sure to have fans buzzing. Take a look. First of all, it's so nice to meet you. And thank you for being here and for bringing your positive energy into the room. Everyone's so excited to have you here.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here.
Third Emmy nomination. When I say that, what comes to your mind?
Just grateful as hell, because it was unexpected and it's our last season. So to have that nod is just super special.
But now, as an executive producer, and we're hoping there are cameos from you in Rap Blank.
Rap Blank.
Rap Blank. Rap Beep. What was your mission with Rap Blank?
My mission was first and foremost to create a show that I wanted to watch. And I love rap, and I love female rappers in particular. I love the energy and the way their songs make you feel. And I want to have a show that embodied that and a show that represented this moment in time.
What would you tell your younger self?
I would tell her that it gets better to stop comparing your journey to others, because that was big for me. So I'd be like, take your time, make sure the work is good, keep your head down, and don't worry.
Like, stay in your lane.
Stay in your lane and make your own lane.
What was your biggest insecurity and what is your biggest insecurity?
Ooh, what was my biggest insecurity then? I can't describe it, but it was just a sense of self. Like, I just wasn't comfortable in my own skin. And now my biggest insecurity, it all has to do with career stuff. Like, how much time I have, even in releasing new projects. Like with Rap Blank, there was a fear behind that, but it diminishes over time. I think as I get older, what I realize is I'm just confident in what my insecurities are. I'm like, this is part of me. These are my flaws. And that's just part of who I am. So,
I mean, you've basically done everything imaginable. Is there something we don't know about you, or a question you kind of wish people would ask you about like a hidden talent?
I wish I had hidden talents. I definitely want to explore like, you know, my Senegalese, my French side more. And that's something that like, you know, I want to explore in terms of projects, in terms of work. My accent is still struggly and I have a long way to, no. I have a long way to go. That's my insecurity, is my French accent. But like, that's a goal for me to cross over.
Before we bring Hannah in, you're actually related. I work with my family, and I love that you started a line with your sister-in-law.
I watched her build this product from the ground up, and I tried every iteration of the product, and it's only gotten better. And this is my line.
Is there a rap around Sienna Naturals yet, or a little jingle?
I'll give you one jingle right now. Sienna Naturals.
I love it.
You're welcome.
Well, Hannah, thank you for joining us. And you heard the jingle. What did you think about it?
I mean, I love it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I love it. So yeah,
we're just going to trademark it.
We're going in the studio.
Thank you.
Hannah, tell us about Sienna Naturals and the purpose as to why you created this.
In many ways, I feel like I made Sienna Naturals for 9-year-old me. My mom's instinct was to go to the natural food store to buy not only our food, but also our personal care and our hair care. And often those products made my hair feel worse or actually become damaged from the products themselves. As a child, I think I internalized it as there's something wrong with me and my hair. And as I grew up and became an adult, I realized this is an industry problem. Everyone deserves clean products that perform for them.
So this relationship, you are married to Issa's brother, which is how you were introduced to the line.
Like I said, I watched her make these products in their kitchen, and I've been the guinea pig so many times for her products and seen them develop over time. And you use them for your entire family, for our nieces and nephews. Like, they are ingrained in our family.
Okay, let me get into this little perfect wash day ritual quiz. Wash day ritual quiz.
What I love about this is that you start with a quiz. Like, not every product is for every person.
Yeah, so Sienna Naturals, really the value of the products is to restore the health of your hair and scalp through what we call a wash day ritual. And we are able to customize those wash day rituals depending on your needs, your hair type, and how you most often wear your hair.
You put together a kit, both full size and travel size. Let's start with the shampoo.
Happy Shampoo is really designed, and most of our products have ingredients that go toward the benefit of the scalp and benefit of the hair. So there's actually an active ingredient that helps to retain moisture and hydrate the scalp. The next step in the wash day ritual is going to be the Plant Power Hair Mask. And this is our hardest working mask product. Its purpose is not only to moisturize the hair, but also to help strengthen the hair.
I constantly have different hairstyles, and so for me, this is part of my routine because my hair is constantly stressed.
Okay, so then tell me the next step.
So step 3 is our Do Magic leave-in conditioner. One thing about this leave-in conditioner is it's actually very lightweight. And so it tends to be a lot slipperier and a lot more liquidy than a typical leave-in conditioner would be.
I even feel like you could see it on my hand. And then step 4.
Step 4, we have 2 oils in our rituals. One is the Lock and Seal, which is really to help seal in moisture and protect the hair. And then in other rituals, we also have our Daily Elixir, which is another fan favorite.
And then organically, you said, I need
styling products and I need a curl cream. You know, it's great to have hair health, but you can't just be walking around willy-nilly. So she was open to that and developed this curl cream. I have tons of videos that I've sent her trying each iteration.
It was really a co-creation. And man, Issa feedback videos are something. I wish I could share them with the world.
Can you share them?
No, I've been sworn to secrecy. They're in the vault. But the challenge here was, you know, at Sienna Naturals, we don't formulate with any petroleum-based ingredients. We don't formulate with silicones. We actually ended up finding this plant-based cellulose technology that works to revive curl memory and help bring back your curl pattern. So thanks, Issa, for pushing us.
I didn't even know all that.
So it's such a beautiful result of our partnership. And this is our latest product, our first styling product. And
more to come.
Well, you're both so lovely, and you could tell energetically how beautiful your relationship is as family members, but also as colleagues. And it's amazing to be able to put those 2 things together.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks to Issa, who had me laughing the entire time, and I'm sure you too. And that was such a great conversation. To shop her items and see more of her line, scan the QR code below or head to today.com/shopallday. Well, next, my favorite buzzworthy products, including fun new Bravery badges that are perfect for back to school, coming up only on Shop Today.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back. Well, we are going back to the basics as we get ready for fall. And now it's time for the buzziest items in everything from fashion to footwear. Let's jump right in with one of our exclusive deals, the Love Token Rebecca sweater. As we look ahead, this will easily become your go-to fall essential. The fit is slightly off the shoulder, which I love, with an exaggerated sleeve detail. And this one's right on trend. It's so stylish, you might even get excited for those cooler temperatures so you could show it off. The Love Token Rebecca sweater comes in 5 colors, including black, ivory, and oatmeal, and runs from extra small to extra large. Very stylish, and I love the sleeve. The retail price is $149. The deal, get this, $58, that's 61% off. Also makes a great gift. Next up, I'm loving this, even with a sundress, cowboy boots. They've stepped into the social media spotlight, so meet the affordable Coconuts Gaucho Cowboy Boot. These mid-calf boots are instant classics and come in white and brown. If you are looking for an easy way to try the trend, step into a pair of these and walk out in style. The Coconuts Gaucho Cowboy Boots go for just under $70. If you have longer hair like me, there are times when you need to clip it away from your face, and these Magic Sky hair claw clips make it easy. They are made of acrylic, resin, and alloy, and according to the brand, the clamps are non-slip, so your hair will hold firmly. They won't slip out. Don't you hate it when you put in the clip and then it doesn't hold your hair? Well, this will solve that problem. You get 4 different colors for $8.99, so share with your friends or keep them around the house. So when you need them, they are everywhere. Just loving these. And lastly, we all need bandages for those boo-boos from time to time. And I just love having these in the house when something goes wrong because you can make it playful. They are called Welly Bravery badges. Who wouldn't want to stick these on? From ice cream to unicorns to dinosaurs and peculiar pets, these Bravery badges are anything but ordinary. You can even repurpose the stackable tins. And according to the brand, the bandages are free from common allergens, including latex and silicone. The boxes start at just $7.99. Well, that wraps up my buzzworthy products. Let's go through them one more time. We have the Love Token Rebecca sweater, the Coconuts Gaucho Cowboy boots, the Magic Sky hair claw clips, and the Welly Bravery badges. Thank you so much for joining us for another episode of Shop Today with me, Jill Martin. I hope you had fun going back to the basics in style. And don't forget, you can always shop the items from today's show by simply scanning the QR code below or text SHOP to 34318 or visit our site the old-fashioned way at today.com/shopallday. A big thank you to superstar actor, producer, and best-selling author Issa Ray for joining us to talk about her Sienna Naturals line. And I hope that each of these not-so-basic basics brighten up your season as we head into fall. We'll see you back here next time with more of my favorites and deals only on Shop Today. Goodbye, everyone.
When most of us think about Detroit, Motown, car manufacturing, even sports comes to mind. But when it comes to food, the folks here in the Motor City are all about one famous Frank, the Coney dog. And no, we're not talking about Coney Island in New York. In Michigan, a Coney is both a diner to locals and a hot dog smothered in chili, topped with onions, and finished off with a of mustard. Now, there are dozens of Coneys in the Detroit metro area. Some bear the Coney Island name, others don't. But you'll always find some type of sausage, a bun, and a signature meat sauce on the menu. So, what makes Michigan crazy for Coneys? Let's find out.
The relationship between Coneys and Detroit, it's a long relationship. It's a long love story.
The Coney is a part of Detroit.
If you can drive and eat a Coney, it's not a Detroit-style Coney, in my opinion.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Welcome to Detroit. What do you say we travel back in time to the earliest days of the Coney? The folks at American Coney Island have been dishing up this local specialty for more than 100 years. In fact, this restaurant and the one next door, well, they've got a shared history. But American has been run by the same family for 3 generations. Founded by a Greek immigrant, this restaurant story is synonymous with the legendary hot dog of this city. What do you say we go meet the family?
One to go plain, one fry.
At American Coney Island, hot dogs aren't just a meal, they're memories. Grace Quiros is the 3rd generation owner of this legendary spot. Grace!
Al!
Hi, good to see you again.
Good to
It's
see
been
you.
a long time.
It has.
We sat down to talk Coney traditions, turning points, and of course, toppings. People are very passionate about their Coney Island hot dog.
Yes, they are.
Why?
Because it holds a nostalgia and a tradition to them. We see daily generations of people coming in here. Remember Grandpa bringing them, my mom brought me. It's part of their growing up, it's part of their life.
30 years ago, Grace took over the restaurant reins from her dad, Chuck Quiros. Chuck inheriting the business from his father, founder Konstantin Quiros, AKA Gust. Your place, this place on this corner, has been here for 105 years. What is it like being really part of the fabric of an iconic city like Detroit?
It's surreal. I mean, I think back to my grandfather and my dad and the things they saw here from riots to Tigers winning the World Series when they were good. Such a deep history and proud. I love this city.
The Coney craze in Detroit is really a legacy of the Quiros family.
Historian Joe Grimm co-writing the book on Coneys in the Motor City.
The Quiroses came to Detroit from Dara in Greece, where this was a sheep herding town, and they needed to find work. And they really struck gold, as in the color of mustard, when they started making these Coney Island hot dogs.
In the late 1800s, Greece was facing a massive economic crisis, setting off a wave of global migration. By 1920, it's estimated that over 400,000 Greeks immigrated to the United States seeking new opportunities. Like most European immigrants of the era, they passed through New York before moving on to other parts of the country.
They entered, most of them, through Ellis Island, which is near Coney Island. They saw people on Coney Island and in New York eating hot dogs and said, we're going to go into the hot dog business, but we're going to top it with something Greek. Now, the true origins, like who invented the Coney dog, lost to history. It just sort of happened in a lot of places in about the same time, mostly by Greek immigrants.
Gust and his brother, Bill Kuros, opening one of Detroit's first Coney shops in the early 1900s. A family rift caused the brothers to split, leading to side-by-side Coney operations and a long-lasting restaurant rivalry. Detroiters swearing allegiance to American or Lafayette, but only American is still owned by the Kuros family today.
We figure well more than 100 Coney Islands can trace their lineage directly to that flat-top grill.
Each Coney spot in the Detroit area and throughout Michigan has its own history, from National to Kirby's to Nicky D's, from Berkeley Coney Island to El George's to Leo's and more. But all of the city's Coneys have a similar foundation, starting with a steamed bun. You add a beef and pork hot dog.
Then it's covered with a chili sauce. And the chili sauce is where Coney owners can improvise and innovate. And then on top of that, it's going to be a yellow salad mustard and diced onions, and never any ketchup. If you put ketchup on a Coney dog, you might get thrown out of the restaurant.
Definitely a controversial condiment here.
Definitely no ketchup.
But I see ketchup behind.
We sell French fries. When customers come to the carryout and want, I'll have a Coney with everything. Every once in a while you get, okay, I want ketchup on mine too. We don't do it. We refuse to put the ketchup on the hot dog. And we've had people got a little upset with us. I'm like, dude, I'm not putting ketchup on the hot dog.
Your grandfather immigrates here from
Greece.
Why hot dogs?
It was something that he had seen when he landed at Ellis Island in New York. He saw, the amusement park. You got to remember, he was a young man, came over with no money, borrowed a pair of shoes. He heard the automotive business was hiring in Detroit, made his way to Detroit, thinking they'll hire me even though I don't know how to read or write. They didn't. On this little corner right here where we are now, he started a little push cart. We're Greek, right? We know food. So Grandpa remembered the hot dogs, made a Greek chili sauce. Our chili's a little unique.
You hear about a Coney Island hot dog, you think about Nathan's in New York City.
But here's the difference. I'm going to stop you.
Okay.
A Coney Island in New York is an amusement park that sells hot dogs. In Detroit, a Coney Island is it's the hot dog with the chili, mustard, onions on it. That's the difference. And I got a lot of heated arguments with people about that.
Really?
In Detroit, it is the actual thing you're eating, thanks to my grandpa, because he named it American Coney Island. He was so grateful he was in America and all the opportunities were given to him.
Grace now in charge of carrying on the family legacy. It's obviously been passed from generation to generation here. But each time you lose a member of the generation, it's got to be tough. You just lost your dad.
Yes.
Not too long ago.
Yeah, 6 months ago.
When you come in, do you feel him here?
I do. Yes, I do. And I feel a sense of pride. I miss him a lot, obviously, but I just feel his presence. I feel everything he taught me. My grandpa did his thing. Then once my dad stepped in and took over, he took it to the next level. Then I took it to a whole nother level, with my brother's help included.
Grace's brother, Chris Soteropoulos, helps run the business today. There's an American outpost at the Detroit Zoo, plus a new location in Las Vegas. They're also shipping Coney kits all across the country. You get everybody from all walks of life, every demographic, every racial component,
You nailed it,
everybody
100%.
comes here.
Yes.
The American Coney is the great equalizer.
I love the way you put it that way, Al. Exactly. We love our customers. Our customers are like family. This is no joke. This is who made us. So we treat you like family. We don't know any different.
Coming up, I learned how to make the quintessential Coney.
One up! Right there, nice shot.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
At American Coney Island, the oldest family-run Coney spot in Detroit, they keep things traditional.
But you know, as I look at your menu, and I look at the pictures, they're vintage, let's say. It doesn't look like you have strayed that much from the original menu.
We haven't. I won't. Why add to it when it's working?
You know what else is working? Me. I got behind the grill with Grace to prep the perfect plate of Coneys.
This is the proprietary hot dog. If you notice the natural casing.
Yes.
It's a 90% beef, 10% pork with a lambskin casing.
That's like 3 meats in one.
Exactly.
Pork, beef, and lamb.
That's right. And that's what makes it pop. Like when you bite into it, it snaps like a party in your mouth.
Yes. That detail kept popping up everywhere we went.
It's a warm bun. It's the snap of the hot dog.
When you bite it, you hear that pop.
You can tell it's a natural casing because when you bite it, it snaps back at you.
The steamer bun. That's what we were talking. They're in a steamer. You know, there's just enough steam in here. So you're gonna pull out the bun.
Right.
Look for the cut.
Yep.
Just open it up a little. Grab your plate.
Yes.
All right. So we're gonna grab one.
Right.
Come over here. Do you want to top it or do you want to?
I want to watch the top.
Okay. Give it a little mix. This is that
little zhuzh.
Greek. Yeah, that's right. It gets a little messy. Some chili. Add a little more. You know, be cheap with the chili. Greek spices.
Yes.
That's the magic.
The secret spice blend? Well, it's secret. But the chili is made with ground beef.
The tangy mustard.
Tangy.
Just a little lime. Nothing more. You take some onions, sprinkle them across. And there you go.
Boom. Okay.
105 years.
105 years of magic.
That's
My turn.
Get a plate.
I need one up, which means I need one for a customer.
One for a customer.
Everything on it. Chili, mustard, onions.
Get the split.
Open it up a little more, El. All right, that's not too bad.
Okay. Boom. All right, now I come over here.
Keep the bun open because you want the chili to go in.
Because you want the chili to go in.
Yeah, you want the chili. You want it, yeah.
I want that chili.
You want to chintz out on that chili.
Don't chintz on the chili.
Turn your dish a little so it's easier for you to pour over it.
All right. That really, it does have a creamy consistency.
See, it's really creamy, right. Exactly.
Mustard.
There you go. Ooh, that's heavy mustard. Did they order heavy mustard?
No, they didn't. I'm making this for myself.
Exactly. There you go.
All right. One up.
Ready? There. Nice job.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Woo!
Good job, Al.
Hey now.
Life-changing experience.
It's magic in your mouth.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Every great Coney needs a great bun, but not just any bun will do. A few miles from downtown Detroit is another family-run institution that's keeping the Coney tradition alive. What started as a small baking business is now one of the state's biggest suppliers of Coney buns. And that bun is the Coney Island Steamer. That's a good bun.
The Coney Island Steamer is a 6-inch hot dog bun.
At Metropolitan Baking Company, they like big buns and they cannot lie.
The Coney Island Steamer bun is our flagship item on the bun and roll line.
Not to mention, they claim to have buns of steel.
These buns sit in a steam table. The product's formulated for that steam table. That bun is going to sit there and it's not going to fall apart on you when you load it with all those condiments.
In Michigan, Coney dogs aren't just a tasty meal, they're big business.
The Coney business gave rise to supplier industries, just as the auto industry did. So we need to have a major bun maker here. The big maker nowadays is Metropolitan Bakery, and they bake these Coney dog buns with the sponge dough method.
For 3 generations, the Cordes family, who also trace their roots back to Greece, has risen to the occasion, selling specialty breads.
Metropolitan Baking Company was founded by my grandfather in 1945.
In the beginning, Metropolitan only sold simple loaves. Today, they produce dozens of items for grocery stores, high-end restaurants, and of course, Coney diners. And while their products have changed over the years, a few names have truly stood the test of time.
He was George James Cordes, namesake, and my father is James George Cordes, and I'm George James Cordes. My father, just like me, was bred in the business.
George credits his father for the company's massive expansion in the mid-'80s.
This summer, we're going to be producing millions of Coney Island Steamer hot dog buns.
This abundance, pun intended, is all thanks to automation.
Automation is really what transformed this company. We went from packaging maybe 10, 15 loaves of bread a minute to 140 loaves a minute.
In 2001, after years of recipe testing, the signature steamer bun was added to the product line.
It is a hot dog bun that we've formulated to be used at the Coney Island restaurants, in Metro Detroit specifically. This bun that we produce is in roughly 95% of all Coney Island restaurants.
And it takes a lot of dough to make all those buns.
So what we're doing right now, this is where it all begins. This is the mixing room, and we're about to create a 1,600-pound dough batch of hot dog buns. Major ingredients are going to be flour is 65%, then you've got your yeast, you've got your sugar, you've got your oil, and a bunch of proprietary ingredients. Any minute. That's roughly 1,200 packages of Coney Island Steamer hot dog buns. There you go. You did it.
That makes over 14,000 buns. After mixing, the dough gets cut into bun-sized portions.
You're looking at 3-foot sheets that were just guillotined, and now they're going into a smaller divider to be put into roughly 1.25-ounce dough balls.
Next up, time to proof.
After 60 minutes, the dough has risen. And after about 10 minutes bake time, we're gonna have a fully baked hot dog bun that's prepared to cool.
The buns are almost ready.
The product's sliced, after the cooling conveyor, and then it's paddled on top of each other to create a 12-pack, a dozen buns. The baskets are headed down to logistics and ready to be set up for routes.
Then it's off to stores in Michigan's finest Coney restaurants, including American Coney Island. While the factory may have a lot of machinery, George has always been hands-on.
So I worked here every summer throughout high school and throughout college, almost every position. And you really learn what hard work is as a kid to work in a bread factory, you know, when it's 110 degrees out.
When Grandpa George started the company, he had fewer than 10 employees. Today, they've got almost 100.
When they say employees, family employees, that's what John is. He's literally family.
John Grabowski has worked with all 3 generations of the Cordes family. At 12 years old, he took a summer job washing buckets at Metropolitan. Today, he's the plant's lead engineer.
It's like family. When you come to this business, everybody that's here, they feel like family to me. Everybody says hello to each other. It's a good camaraderie. Everybody likes each other.
It's more than just bread and butter for the employees.
It's really nice being run by a family-owned business. You can come to work and feel like you're at home.
It's like a second family to me. We all work together. We get down in the dirt. We exchange all kinds of work habits, and we learn from each other, and we do the best we can.
The longtime employees are proud, keeping Detroit's Coney tradition going strong.
We all grew up eating Coneys, right? Comerica Park, baseball games as a kid with mom and dad and grandparents, family time. Coney dogs that's a part of pretty much everybody's childhood. It's a joy to be a part of that heritage.
Today, Metropolitan's running 6 days a week, 20 hours a day.
The amount of product that we're sending out each day, from the first dough that's kicking out around 1:30 in the morning till the final package at 10 at night, I feel constant pride.
As for the future, George's kids seem to have inherited his love for the bakery.
My daughters, Cecile and Sloan, I bring them almost every Saturday. They actually tell me that they enjoy it more than Disney World. This is their favorite place on earth, just like what it was for me as a kid that age.
It's that joy and a family legacy that George hopes will carry on for many years to come.
I absolutely love what we're doing here. I love our history. I never want to be that third generation cliche. I want to continue the growth with my kids, or my kids' kids, have them look back at family members and say, wow, that's incredible. Look at what you've done.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Chili, mustard, onion.
What happens if you reverse it?
Oh, you're out.
You're out.
You're out.
You're out.
Minutes from downtown is Detroit's Brush Park neighborhood. Folks here are flocking to enjoy the good vibes at this cool Coney spot. CMO may be relatively new to the game, but loyal fans can't get enough of their chili, mustard, and onions. CMO, get it? But unlike most diners in town, here, the Coney, the sauce, and everything else on the menu is powered by plants.
My name is Pete Lacombe. I'm the owner of Chili Mustard Onions in Detroit, Michigan.
You could say opening a vegan Coney spot in the Coney capital takes guts and grit. And that's exactly what this family's made of.
I don't follow any rules. I follow the important ones, but I don't do what everybody else does.
Pete and his wife Shelley, along with their daughter Darla, launching CMO in 2018. It's the first and only all-vegan Coney spot in Detroit.
I would say my wife gave me the biggest kick in the butt to go vegan, and we did.
I had a vision that we were going to open a vegan Coney Island, and I told Pete that, and he told me I was out of my mind.
Pete and Shelley have enjoyed many a traditional Coney as lifelong Detroit residents.
When Shelley and I got married, she used to tell me all the time that I was going to open a restaurant, and it was going to be a vegan restaurant. And I said, yeah, I'm not vegan. So I asked her why she thought I was going to open a vegan restaurant. She said, you could never hurt an animal or sell animals. And I went, you're so right.
Now, the family's been vegan for over 10 years.
It not only saved my life going vegan and saved my life by doing something I love, I got to do something I love every single day with the people I love.
Before entering the restaurant business, Pete worked in the auto industry, just like his dad and his granddad.
When I was in automotive design, I ate horribly. I smoked cigarettes, I drank a lot. It was just kind of the norm in that field. That was really in my blood, but it wasn't in my soul. Cooking was in my soul.
Pete's true passion coming from spending time with family in the kitchen.
So we lived really close to my grandparents, and what was in my soul was food. I cooked with my grandmas all the time. My grandma, my mom's mom, really should have opened a restaurant, and I feel like I'm living that dream through her.
That dream now possible with the next generation.
So Darla's our manager, and she takes care of the customers so well. And seeing the woman that she has become, we're so proud of her.
My wife and I, we've been through so much. We're partners in crime, partners in life, partners in love.
And partners in creating a home away from home for every customer.
I created CMO, the interior, to reflect like my basement or my living room, where you could come over and eat at my house. Everybody's welcome in my home.
Every day, somebody wants to go tell him how fabulous this place is and how blown away they are with his food.
Since it first opened, CMO has been delighting vegans and non-vegans alike with their take on hot dogs smothered in chili.
The amount of love and emotion that is put into the food in every bite, you can tell that. I've never had vegan food, but it was really, really good. This just tasted so similar to it would as a regular Coney Island.
You know, it's hard to come by something that's like so close to like a childhood favorite.
Of course, I had to see if this Coney truly lived up to the hype.
Hey, Al. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Welcome to my kitchen.
Well, this is really cool. We've heard all about this. When you're used to something that is meat,
yeah,
you know, getting them to try something that doesn't quite fit what they think it's supposed to be.
For me, I let my food speak. If I put something out there on a plate that is incredible, happens to be vegan, that changes minds and hearts, and you know, it's incredible.
I see your wife and your daughter standing out there. Are they taste testers?
Oh, my wife for sure, yes.
That's love.
It is, it's love. And we'll be married 30 years this year.
Congratulations.
So, thank you.
Let's make some vegan magic.
Let's do that.
The hot dog, what kind of protein is this?
It's a pea and soy protein.
And this is your chili.
Yes.
Now, what's the protein in here?
This is
chili?
a Beyond Crumble, a plain Beyond Crumble.
A lot of Coney places are hush-hush about their chili, but Pete was willing to dish a little.
How do you make your chili?
I use a blend of spices, salt, pepper, garlic, onion, and a few other things that are top secret. We're gonna throw that in our water.
Okay.
That's the hero right there.
Right there.
The spice is the hero.
The chili's brought to a boil, then thickened with potato starch. It was time to try my first vegan Coney.
That's a healthy ladle.
It is. I usually do a little more than that.
Wow.
So, yeah. Do a lot of onions. Here they are.
Let's give it a shot. That's really good. Especially the chili.
Thank you.
How long did you have to work on the chili recipe?
You know, I hit it right on the head when we first went vegan, and then I didn't write it down. So then it took me about a year after that to really nail it down.
But even with a winning recipe, times have been tough for CMO. What was the pandemic like for you guys?
It hit us extremely hard, and we're still struggling and fighting, and there's no quit in us, but it's been tough. Yeah.
How's the future look for you?
I really don't know. We're trying. We're working every day, but I don't know what the future holds. I really don't.
If it's based on the taste of that, your future's bright, my friend.
Thank you so much.
That is good.
Thanks so much.
Wow. The history behind Detroit's Coney dog is truly an all-American tale, from the Greek immigrants who borrowed the name to a mashup of traditional flavors with a boardwalk staple. And now, there's a whole generation of locals who are ensuring that this regional hot dog is here to stay.
It's Bevy, baby. You may know her as Bevy Smith, the host of Bravo's Fashion Queens, or her podcast, Bevelations. But if you don't know the media maven, allow me to introduce you. Bevy Smith is a brand. She's a Harlem-born powerhouse who rose to the heights of the fashion industry by her 30s. But at age 38, she decided to follow a new path. Since then, Bevy's been a TV host, an author, an actress, an entrepreneur, and at 55, she says she's far from done. Bevy is a master negotiator, a firm believer in her own worth, and living proof that it gets greater later. Every time I sit with you, I feel a different kind of way. But on this particular day, when I sit with you, you are 55 years old. You live your life on your terms. Yeah. And you describe yourself as a late bloomer. Mm-hmm. Why are you a late bloomer, first of all?
Well, I mean, because I think really since like my 20s, people have been telling me that I should be in entertainment. But I was always an advertising person. I was, started out as a receptionist and worked my way up to becoming an advertising executive. And so, entertainment was something that I couldn't really even fathom for myself. And so to then pursue it at the age of 38, and then to really make it happen, and by the time I really kind of garnered any kind of success in the space, I was like 45 years old. I'd say that's a pretty late blooming.
I want to back us up. I picture you as a little girl, and I don't really know exactly in this moment how I pictured you, like in first grade or second grade. How did you imagine yourself growing up?
I grew up in a tenement, so I definitely wanted to live in a high-rise in Manhattan, of course. I wanted to be an executive secretary because I grew up watching all those old 1950s, 1960s movies where being an executive secretary was the height of elegance, sophistication, and success. Because you were the gatekeeper. And actually, Holder, as you know, to a certain extent, that's still very true.
That's still the
now.
case, yeah,
Right,
absolutely.
right?
So you were looking for your profession in life, what to pursue. So what road did you take?
I became a receptionist. I didn't go directly to college. I became a receptionist at an advertising agency called Peter Rogers and Associates. And it was an incredible agency. They had Block Llama Mink. They had Vidal Sassoon. Like Mr. Vidal Sassoon would come into the office.
Oh, wow.
Claudette Colbert would come into the office. Cher came into the office. Like, it was like heady stuff.
Were you like freaking out? Were you like drop jaw?
No, because I was a young, sophisticated Manhattan girl. So my father always brought lots of magazines into the home, and we used to read. Me and my sister were just ferocious readers, and so I knew all these people. I knew all the socialites because we used to read W magazine when it was a broadsheet. I started reading the New York Times when I was like 13. So it's a very interesting thing when you grow up in Manhattan, because I grew up in Harlem, and for your listeners who may not know, Harlem is a part of Manhattan. So for me, my parents always took us into Manhattan proper, if you will. And so I was never kind of, you would always see famous people. To this day, as you know, Holder.
Yeah.
Folks see you all the time. And it's like, hey, girl. And that's the way it is,
I
I one time walked behind Jerry Seinfeld for 6 blocks just trying to figure out, like, what would it feel like to be him? Because we knew we lived in that kind of neighborhood. And you're right, people hardly even looked up. I was or every now and then a hey, but that's how Manhattan folks do it.
Yes, that's how we do it. And so when I got there, I mean, I was just, I had, my parents instilled this really strong work ethic in us, which is no matter what your job is, no matter how allegedly low it is, you do your absolute best. You don't wait to get a great opportunity. Every opportunity that you're given is a good one, and you make the most of it.
So you did that. So you were a receptionist, and you did it A++.
Oh, yeah, I did A++. So I didn't have to take coats. I didn't have to get coffee, but I did all of that because in my life, I am nothing but a hostess. I am actually a barmaid, and eventually, Holder, I will own a bar because I love hosting people in that way. But in my life, that's one of my special gifts. I connect people and I make people feel welcome. And so when you came into my reception area, you were in my living room. Welcome. May I take your coat? Would you like coffee or tea? Again, this was not required of me.
You just did it.
I just did it because I wanted you to be comfortable in my space.
Wow. So you're doing this job and you do it to the nth, like your folks said, but that was not your goal. So how'd you get a break?
I had these amazing mentors at that agency, and they said that I did not belong up there. I belonged in the back with them, learning a skill. And that's when my life began to change. And I went back to school, and I went to NYU, and then one of my mentors, Jeff McKay, started his own advertising agency, and he brought me along, and he literally said, what part of advertising would you like to work in? And I said, I think account services and media directing, because I love to read. Yeah. And so when you're a media director, you get all the magazines in the world. And I said, media directing, but I also knew I was good with people, so account services as well. And he's like, okay.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I've been talking about this with all these women I'm interviewing, and almost everyone, including Helen Mirren, Viola Davis, Rita Moreno, they all say that at a bunch of points in their careers, they had imposter syndrome. They don't know I don't know. They don't realize I don't deserve this. I'm pretending. Deep down, not feeling that worth. Did you ever have that?
Okay, so here's the reason why I didn't have it.
You did not. No, this is big. This is big. You did not have it.
Good. I'm going to tell you the truth, Holder. Okay? Because very early on, I thought the key to my happiness was getting married and getting someone to take care of me. So I went to NYU, and I had a career specifically with the reason of trying to secure an amazing husband. Because I watched all those old 1950s, 1960s films, and I realized that if you have a certain pedigree, then you can attract a certain type of man. So me being an advertising executive, me going to NYU is a nice, little patina there, right? and I can secure this guy, and then I don't have to work anymore, and this guy's got to make me happy. So I didn't have imposter syndrome because I wasn't there for the long haul. I wanted to do a good job at my career, but I was not driven. I was not driven.
Now, that's interesting that you had that idea of wanting to secure a man, because to me, we're from the same generation. That actually seems like a little bit before us, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. But I told you, it was all those movies I watched.
Yeah,
and I was
you were into that.
I loved Bewitched, the Dick Van Dyke Show.
Yeah, Dick Van Dyke,
when he would come home and she was there in her little pedal pushers. I was like, I want to wear a pedal pusher and wait for, him to come home, honey, from the, the architectural firm or wherever he was working. I wanted those things. I come from a community where women worked. So women were not fighting to work in Harlem. Mm-hmm. They worked, okay? You were fighting not to work, okay? That was a good life. You don't have to work and you can live nice. You see what I mean? So
I hear
there's the
you.
difference.
100. I hear you 100. Okay. So there you were, advertising exec. I mean, how high, that's called, at one point it was the high life. How high was the life?
Oh, it was the very high life. It was amazing. That's when print media was a king. So I was at all those events and I knew all the people.
Yeah.
And I'm from 150th Street and 8th Avenue in Harlem. And I'm just in these rooms and I'm I'm in the mix.
So you're
in fabulous.
So there you are. I mean, some would call that the mountaintop. Plant the flag.
Yeah.
You're done.
Yeah.
But that wasn't the case for you.
That wasn't the case. I got really very restless. I was very grateful for the opportunities that I had been afforded. And then I was feeling very is this all there is?
Yeah, what was missing?
I think the creativity of it all. I think there was a level of creativity that I was seeking. And it's so interesting that, I didn't want to own it. I think that this is what I went through. You talk about imposter syndrome, and I don't think I had that as much. I had the other thing, which is I wanted to be a creative, but because I worked with creatives so much, I had so much respect for them. And so I didn't feel like I could segue into creativity. I felt very strong and solid in my business acumen and strategy and numbers. But the creativity part, to become a writer, to deal in art and all this different kind of stuff, I suppressed that. But I knew there was something inkling, a little thing in me. And that's why I kept trying to edge closer to creativity, but still have it be business. And that brought me to becoming the fashion advertising director at Vibe. And that was a really great crossroads for me.
Well, Vibe was incredible. It brought you to Rolling Stone. I mean, now where was the man? That was what you were looking for. What was happening there?
So I was engaged 2.5 times. So I would get my full bonus. And then at the end of the year, when I got my bonus, I would quit. And getting to Rolling Stone, it was worse than I could have ever fathomed. And my best friend, who's also my business partner now, I used to call her every morning and say, I can't do this. And she would be like, well, you can, because you have an end date. So stick it out. Because I had a literal end date. It was like, when they give me my bonus check, once I put it in the bank and it clears, then I can resign.
So there it was. It was time to jump. Did you leave because there was another opportunity, or did you just not have anything and you just were hoping?
Well, I wasn't hoping, though, Holda. I just knew. See, I think a hope is like, I hope so. But I knew I was made for this. I knew I could do it. I just knew it. I was very firm.
Wow.
And then when I got that job at Bravo, that was the high five. That was the confirmation. Of course, and I turned it down, and then, okay.
So how did you make do? Because sometimes after a year, obviously, you had to make a living. What did you do in between?
I was broke but blissful. That's the name of that chapter, Broke but Blissful. I was really broke, but I was really happy.
How come?
Because immediately I started doing TV stuff. Immediately I started writing for major publications. So I was doing everything that I actually quit my job to do. The money just had not caught up yet. But for me, I believe in the universe, right? So I'm like, well, the universe is actually telling you you made the right choice. Because everything that you set out to do, you're actually doing it. You're just not making any money at it yet. But the money will come. I really believe that. And so then I had to scale back. You know, I'm very candid about this. I used to go to Milan and Paris 6 times a year, flying first class, staying at the best hotels, in a suite, car and driver the entire time I'm there, heady stuff. So in my neighborhood, people would see me coming out of town cars with all of my luggage and the people helping me and all the shopping bags and all the things. Now all of a sudden, I'm in this new life and I'm trying to like make a go of it. And instead of town cars, there's an amazing bus stop right across the street from where I live. And now I'm staying at the bus stop. And there's a barbershop on my corner. And one day, one of the barbers says, hey, Bev. And I walk over and he's like, you okay? I was like, no, I'm great. He's like, you sure? Because, I mean, I see you taking the bus now. I was like, oh, no, I'm changing my life. I quit my big fancy job and now I'm like trying to do entertainment, TV and stuff.
Yeah.
He's like, okay.
Did that not chip away at your self-esteem? No.
No. You know why, Holda?
Why?
Because remember, I'd already gotten that big offer from Bravo that just had no money attached to it. I was already writing for Interview, for Paper Magazine, for Glamour, for Essence. I was on VH1, I was on BET, I was doing all these things.
Right, you were busy.
Clearly, I was made for this. People just didn't want to pay me yet.
Yeah.
So that's why I was never cowed by that.
So when did the money catch up? When did they finally go, oh, okay, it's time?
Andrew Cohen kept trying to find different things for me to do with him. Come and shoot this pilot. Come and be a part of this show.
Wow.
Different things. 7 years. And then finally one day, he was doing Watch What Happens Live with Bethany Frankel. And he had me and Bethany do a pilot together for some show that didn't go. So he said, Bevy, can you be a guest bartender? But Bethany sees me behind the bar. She's like, Bevy! And so then she calls me out from behind the bar.
Oh, geez.
We're having the best time.
Love it.
It's amazing. Andy says, after that's done, I think I got the show for us to do together. And that show was Fashion Queens. And I said, well, I'm on a holding deal with BET. He's like, it's a benefit for BET for you to be on Bravo too. He's like, let's let the agents figure that part out.
Right. Yeah.
Are you interested? I said, sure. And so that's when the money started catching up.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You talk about like fulfilled dreams, and some of them they weren't even dreams. They just happened, it seems like.
Yeah.
What's still left to be fulfilled?
I love that question. And this is what I want to say to all of the ladies out there who are maybe feeling like, and it's really a mindset. It really doesn't have to do with a specific number. But if you are over the age of 50 and you feel like, well, that ship has sailed, I'm here to tell you. And you're watching Holden every day, so you know she's here to tell you too. It gets greater later. At the age of 55, I have just become an actress. I just did a show on Amazon Prime called Harlem. I was called in to do 3 lines, and it turned into 3 scenes. And now there's a season 2, and they've invited me back. So I'm an actress at the age of 55. I love art. It's something that's always been my passion. It's something that I've been talking about doing for a long time. And at the age of 55, there's a film starring Mahershala Ali and Naomi Harris called Swan Song that's on Apple TV. And I actually did the art curation for the home in that film. And so the next thing I want to tackle is architecture. I travel the world just to see architecture that I love. So marrying my love of architecture with travel, with my dinner parties and all these things. And then finally, my goal is to do a Fairy Godmother TV show because I'm a connector. That is my gift. I'm a connector, I'm a guide, and I'm a teacher. And I want to do a show that's like Shark Tank meets Ayanla Fix My Life. And I'm going to help you get your business started. I'm going to help you scale to the next level.
Love it. Now, what about the love piece?
Okay, Holder. Holder girl. She's open. She is single and always ready to mingle. I'm very, very open, and I'm trying to be very intentional about getting my great guy. What I will say about that is this. I have a very different take on love than I ever have in my life. And my take on love is this. I want to be in a monumental, respectful, and very loving relationship for however long that lasts, and it works for the both of us. I do not want to be in something just to settle. I do not want to be in something if we really like each other and we're good together, but there's no connectivity.
Yeah.
I want a partner.
Yeah.
And so that is what I'm looking at. That's what I'm seeking in my God. I feel this is the happiest I've ever been in my life. I'm grateful for the way my life has turned out. And my guy, I always say, my guy is going to be my icing on my cake. But cake is really good without icing as well.
Bevy, thank you. What a beautiful conversation. Thank you so much, darling. I love you.
I love you more.
It's good to see you, Emma. Thank you for doing this. The film is extraordinary. I just finished watching it this morning. It's funny, it's heartbreaking. I said to you, I think it's a brave performance by you. What did you think, Emma, when you first got this script?
Well, I know Katie, the writer, and she said, I've thought of you.
And as soon as it started, the situation was what got me. You know, you've got a 63-year-old ex-religious education teacher, and she's in a room, and you think, okay, what's happening? She's a bit nervous. There's a knock on the door, and a 28-year-old sex worker walks in, and she's hired him. That's like my favorite situation of all time. I mean, I love all the work that I've done before, but I've never been put in that situation. I've never seen these people. I've never seen this situation. And the fact that she's so terrified, I mean, it was, can you imagine what bliss it was to play? You know, she's full of assumptions about this young man, and then slowly it all gets kind of stripped away. Everything gets stripped away, including what she's wearing. You know, finally, they unpeel one another, but in the most kind of, it's an examination of intimacy that we're not used to, because we associate intimacy with romance, which of course can be a little bit delusional.
So you were in at the jump, is it
I
fair
was
to
in
say?
at the jump. As soon as that knock came on the door, I said, I want to do it. Don't give it to anybody else. Everyone was, I'll do it. Yes, absolutely.
Intimate is an understatement for this film. Did you have any reservations about the physical side of it, or did you embrace that and think this is an important role for me to play?
Well, you know, in the script, it doesn't really say much. It just, in fact, I think Sophie and Katie took a while to work out whether there should be a sex scene. And it was Sophie who said, there has to be a sex scene. We have to have a sex scene. So, for uppermost in my mind, interestingly, nor indeed was nudity uppermost in my mind. I didn't really think about that. The real challenge was, how do we make this funny, compassionate, moving, really pleasurable to watch when we don't have New Zealand to give it scale, you know, but the scale is in the seismic emotions of what these people go through, and also the hilarity of someone wanting something but not able to. It's both heartbreaking and funny, and that's my favorite combination.
How would you describe to someone who's thinking about going to see this Nancy, which we learn later, maybe perhaps isn't her real name, where is she in her life, and why does she even entertain the idea of bringing this young man to a hotel room?
She's a 63-year-old religious education teacher, retired. She's been widowed for 2 years. Something has happened in her mind, in her body. She's just gone, I've never experienced sexual pleasure, not really, not ever, except I do remember that one time when I was 16 and that Greek boy did that thing. What can I do? I don't fancy any of these men. They're all old, like me. I want a young person, because the last time I experienced this, I was young. And that's, I think, why she hires someone so much younger than her, but also because it makes him far away. She can feel like in the stronger position because she's old. I mean, everything she goes through is so... It's so much like seeing someone, you have a fantasy and you try and make it real, and the reality is just not what you were expecting, the opposite of what you were expecting, and she's unable to go through. It's only Leo who makes her say, do you understand what you've done here? You want something, and it's here, and you can have it. And she says, but I can't cope with what it is that I want. And I think that women are not encouraged to think about what they want anyway. I mean, I can think of the number of times I've said, or someone said, what do you want? And I mean, obviously it's normally a martini, but, and that kind of covers all bases, because then you can at least relax enough to think about what actually do I want. Nancy's just, I love her. She's very dignified. She's a very normal, ordinary woman. She's occasionally a bit bigoted and a bit stupid about things, and she's internalized all kinds of misogynistic attitudes, which she parrots out, you know, and then is suddenly challenged by this incredibly intelligent young man who's sort of compassionate and humane and ironic and sees her. They see each other, and it's intimacy without romance, which is just, when do you see that?
How did you build that chemistry before the cameras even started rolling?
You know, you sort of build it as you play. We were really lucky because we had 6 days rehearsal, which is very unusual for a tiny movie. We shot it in 19 days. But on one of the days, the three of us, our director, Daryl, and I, said, right, we need to just all take our clothes off and get used to the fact that at some point or other, the two of us are going to be naked on set, and there'll be a set about this size, but with less people in it, actually. You know, very close set. But still, you know, it's a big thing. But by the time we got to it, we were so relieved for both characters, that they were finally getting a moment of freedom and release and relaxation. And so it was rather a joy. And I know that sounds very odd, because it's very odd to us to think, as people who aren't in the business, what is it like to take your clothes off in front of, you know, anyone in a room of people that you don't actively know? But of course, it's really very normal and ordinary. We're just not used to it, that's all.
And so what was that scene like, the three of you?
Well, we just sat and talked about our bodies piece by piece, really. We talked about the bits that we liked and the bits that we didn't like and why they were the shape that they were. I mean, Daryl was in very good shape because he'd been to the gym, because Leo goes to the gym. You know, Nancy was, as you see her, because she's a teacher. She's not a gym bunny. I mean, if Nancy had a six-pack, you'd just go, I don't believe that she does that or has that. So it was all about, I'll tell you what it's about having trust in your audience as well. And that is what we're here for, actors. You know, challenge ourselves and trust your audience.
I think anyone watching it will feel is sort of the unseen life or the unfelt life, where Nancy says, my kids didn't even notice when I was disappointed. Do you feel like that's something that even you could relate to, or that people watching this film will say, yeah, I see some of that. I've denied myself pleasure along the way in the interest of helping others or my family or something else. Do you see that?
Yes, I do. I really do. I think there's a real distinction, though, between individualism and a materialism that we live in, which I don't think gives us much pleasure, actually. But to create a relationship with yourself that's sort of self-sustaining means you don't need stuff from outside. It means that you can go inside yourself and have a relationship that's, you know, sort of nourishing. I think that's very hard to achieve, especially if you're there to serve other people, which women so often are. And the question of female pleasure is an even larger one, isn't it? In a way, all of us, men and women, have been taught not to respect sexual pleasure, to think of it as somehow animalistic and not part of our higher selves, you know? And I think that Nancy understands that, and she goes, but surely it can't just be that. Surely it's not just this hidden, forbidden thing that because I remember that moment. She remembers that moment when she's touched by this boy when she's 16, and none of that has prevented her. She's not brainwashed yet by the rules, and she suddenly feels this extraordinary thing, and that's when, you know, your boundaries melt. With really beautiful, proper sexual pleasure, you suddenly, you know, are one with the universe. I'm sorry to go all like spooky on it, but I do think that that's the case. So it's a big conversation, but it's one that this film's so wonderful to start that conversation with, because it's a joyful, happy, beautiful pleasure of a film.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We were talking about the body image before we started, ranging from a woman like Nancy to a teenage girl on Instagram these days. The images that are out there that you have to hold yourself up to,
I know.
it can be impossible. It can feel I could never live up to that.
Yeah.
How do we get past that? It's a big job, I know.
It is a big job, but I mean, again, this is part of it. You have to tell these kinds of stories and put these kinds of bodies on the screen. Otherwise, how can you fight the iconography? You know, it's not about being old. It's about not being able to look at your body and go, that's my body. You don't need to say, what a wonderful body. You know, you don't need to, but what you really need not to do is waste your time, your energy, your passion, your purpose in life thinking you've got to make it different. It's just awful what we've done to ourselves. And it's, particularly for women, it's such a waste of our time. I have to look at it and think I'm so gorgeous. That's too much to ask, I think, given what we've been brainwashed with. And I think it's hard for men as well. But it's different because appearance has not been written in to the status of men in the same way as it has been into the status of women. So that's where, you know, we're on completely different playing fields. And my answer to it, as with what I have to give, is this movie, which I couldn't have made 5 to 10 years ago.
Now, why do you say that? You could have made it 5 to 10 years ago.
Because I think I wouldn't have been ready myself, but I also think that the Me Too movements and the mainstream discussion about consent and abuse and all of that, coming into a much more mainstream, that has changed the landscape. And I think that the film lands in a completely different way because of that discussion. Because we've been involved in that discussion about what is acceptable and what isn't acceptable for some years now. And whilst there's a long way to go, that's changed things.
I read a quote from you in an interview where you said, I stopped trying to starve myself a long time ago in Hollywood, and yet look at the career you've had. Have you felt that pressure over the course of your career to look like something or to achieve some ideal?
Absolutely. No, I've actually had this thought in my mind, which is they want me to go to LA. I can't go to LA. I'm actually too fat.
Oh, come on.
I'm too fat to go to LA. No, I've had that thought many times in the past when I was younger, because you think of Hollywood and you think of those ideals and go, I don't fit. I will never fit. That has been my experience. And you have to ask other actors about theirs because I can't compare it to anybody's. But, you know, when I meet other actors, they're so tiny. So I just look at them and go, I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you sustain that. And have a lot, I don't understand it. So this is it's a discussion that we don't really have very often. But I hope we will open that Pandora's box.
So how did you get past that? Was it success? Was it winning an Oscar? Was it, I can do this and be me?
But don't forget, I'm a character actor. I was never the sort of glamorous, sexy lead type woman. You know, I mean, I hit Hollywood with Howard's End. You know, a blue stocking with slightly too many teeth. You know, it wasn't like, you know, I was ever a glamour figure or a kind of sexualized figure. Quite the opposite, I think, actually, which was probably the attraction in the sense that I was sort of different. And if I've read a script which described the person I was being asked to look at as beautiful, I would stop reading it.
Really?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Because you assumed it wasn't for you.
I just thought, I can't do that. I just can't do it. It's not right for me.
And this is early in your career?
And it's all the way through. I still wouldn't do it. That's why I've actually, I think, had quite an interesting time of it. Because I think, you know, the stuff I've chosen has not been just because of that. But, you know, I've necessarily, because of my mindset, my politics, my feminism, the way in which I think about the world, the way in which I look at characters and choose them, you know, I'm not interested in presentation of that kind. But that's a relief more than anything, right. You know, because then I get to play things that I think are more interesting. I mean, look, you know, in my 40s, I just remember being offered don't do that, darling, it's too brave. Oh my God, is it Jeff? Oh God, he did the thing. He did the brave, heroic thing that I told him he shouldn't do. He should be home with us, with the family. There's so many of those roles in my 40s. I just said, no, thank you. No, thank you.
That was a wonderful performance,
I know,
by the way.
I would have done them so well. I would have done them very well. Don't go do the brave thing, honey. We need you here.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time.
When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing?
My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time.
When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing?
My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Can I ask you about your origins in acting? Obviously, you're the daughter of two actors, and you came up through Cambridge Footlights and did all those prestigious things that one does along the way. At what point did you decide for yourself that this was not just a hobby, but a career?
By the time I'd gone to the Avignon Theatre Festival and seen a production of Racine's Phaedra 16 times, where, by the way, all the actors took their clothes off.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Full circle.
Full circle. Full circle. And I wrote to my dad, and I said, I really want to do this. I wanted to do character comedy, which I did for a long time. I didn't do straight acting till I was 10 years later, till I was about 26.
So how old were you when you told your father? That
16.
Oh, wow. Very young.
Hmm.
So that was it from that point?
No, it wasn't, because I went into Footlights and I was doing comedy. So I wanted to be a comedian and was a comedian, including a stand-up comedian, till I was 26. So, you know, the acting is different to that.
So what's the jump then from comedy to dramatic actor? How did that happen?
I was working with Robbie Coltrane, the Scottish actor, who was about to do a series, a great series called Tutti Frutti, written by John Byrne, a Scottish series. And they said, we need a girl who can do a Scottish accent. And he said, oh, I'm half Scottish. Ask her. So that was it, and that's where it started.
Is that right?
Yeah, and on the first day on set, I thought, I'm a bit nervous, actually. And then I thought, I suppose it's like playing a sketch, only just for longer. So that's how I approached it. I don't think it is like playing a sketch, but for longer, but at the time it was a help. It was
Got you through that moment. Right. Right. And you go, this is a bit later, of course, but you go on this incredible run that starts, as you mentioned, with Howard's End, where you win an Academy Award right out of the gate. Was that shocking to you to have suddenly been thrust to the top of Hollywood's list, effectively?
It was shocking. It's a very good word. Yeah.
Shocking to you
I got a chest
professionally?
infection. I mean, I was just appalled. You know, it was too much, actually. It's a big glare. It was really scary. I got that you're supposed to go and do all this, but I just got ill and ended up in a
that right?
sanatorium for a week, just trying to recover before I could get over there and do the thing.
Because of the attention and all the things that came with it? Something you weren't accustomed to?
No, I don't think it's entirely healthy.
And then you go on that incredible run through 92 and 93 and into 95 with Sense and Sensibility, where you win the Oscar for the adapted screenplay for writing it, which is quite a task to take on, quite a challenge to take on as your first writing project.
Yeah.
Let's do Jane Austen and put it into film. What possibly compelled you to take on something that large and that beloved?
Well, obviously, I didn't have the idea. Our wonderful producer, Lindsay Duran, had seen my sketch comedy show. That's what brought her to me. And she said, do you feel like trying to adapt Sense and Sensibility? And I said, okay, I'll give it a go. The first script was 350 pages long, you know. And then we just worked and worked and worked for 5 years, you know, redoing it, Lindsay's notes, and I would redo the draft, redo the draft, and redo the draft. And we finally ended up with the script that you know. And it's actually very interesting because particularly in classics, there are scenes you think, I can't do without. That's going to be the best scene. That's just going to be the best one. And you make it, and it's so not the best one, and it ends up being cut from the movie. That's what's interesting about adaptation and the distillation of any kind of great work. It's very unexpected what works on camera.
And you have to get it right, because there are people who love Jane Austen, love the book so much. They're waiting with bated breath. What are they going to do with this?
Absolutely.
It's a little bit of pressure, I imagine.
No, and I mean, the Jane Austen Society is like the militant wing. It's heavily armed, you know. And I mean, I met a woman on the plane who found out that I'd cut one of the characters, Lucy's sister Anne, and she literally stopped talking to me mid-sentence and walked away. I mean, obviously, to go and get something to hurt me with, because she was so appalled. I mean, it's interesting.
People have strong feelings.
They have very strong feelings, surprisingly strong feelings.
But generally, people were happy. It turned out well.
It turned out okay.
Yes.
Except for the wing, the publicity wing, or I can't remember who rang me from the studio and said, we just wondered if you'd be interested in writing the novel from the film. And I said, but
no.
It's adapted from. Yes, we know that. I mean, as a human being, this wonderful woman said, I agree with you. I love that. As a human being, I agree with you. But as a studio executive, what I want you to do is write another version of Sense and Sensibility from the version that you've taken from the original novel. I've been laughing about that for 40 years. It's fantastic.
Oh my gosh.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
The movie you've said people ask you about most is Love Actually. Why do you think that movie has resonated and endured in the way that it has?
Because of what it's about. Because Richard Curtis is such a large-hearted man, wanted to say, you know, it's all there is. And we know that, deep down. We know that that's all there is. And that's the message of the film, full bottom line. All that matters is love. That's it.
And there's a little bit, tell me if I'm making a leap, there's a little bit of Nancy in your character in that she's pushing a lot down. She's suppressing a lot, she's enduring a lot.
Yeah.
Those famous scenes where you are crying and then flip the switch and, okay, kids, it's Christmas, or okay, kids, your recital was perfect, all those moments. That, I think a lot of people saw some of themselves.
Well, yeah, because in order to be a sort of skillful and indeed efficient human being, which we do have to be for our children and our parents and all of the folk that we look after, it's practical and it's kind and it's an act of love to repress your emotions sometimes. It's terribly, terribly important to be able to do that, to navigate them, to learn the skill with which to navigate your feelings. I mean, that's the journey from childhood to adulthood, isn't it? So it's just, there's a difference though between learning to navigate with skill your emotional life and knowing when what you're doing is avoiding something that you need to address.
Do you stop and watch Love Actually if it's on, like the rest of us? Are you a viewer of your own work?
I'm not in Love Actually very much, and if it is on, I always sort of look at it and go, oh look, oh God, we all look so young. God, look at you, good hair. That's, oh, you know, that's what was her name? And then I go and make the dinner. That's what happens.
That's it.
Yeah.
I promise I'm not going down your IMDb page, but last one I have to ask you. You're like, what year are we
hang on.
No.
Yeah.
The Harry Potter series introduced you to an entirely new audience. Was that fun to be a part of that and to play that character?
It was such fun. I'm just glad that all those kids got so much pleasure and joy out of the movies and the books.
You mentioned your activism, all the things you work on. I've talked to some actors who say the only good thing about being this famous is that I can use it to promote other causes. Do you feel that way, that obviously your work is your work and you lead with that, but that it is another path, a vehicle for you to bring attention to other causes like human rights around the world and climate change and all the other things that you work on?
Yeah, I do. I do think it's good. I think it's probably necessary. I mean, I've always been involved in activism since I was 19, so since long before I had that kind of amplified voice. I think it's a, it's a slightly double-edged sword, and you have to be very careful about how you use it, because fame's quite a toxic state, I would say. It's interesting. The larger your presence in terms of fame is, the less human you will be seen and perceived and felt to be, which feels like a sort of contradiction in terms, but actually isn't, So whatever happens to you, no one will care. And that is very important to understand that. There should be a handbook, because people think that somehow fame involves being loved, which is not the case. It involves being well known. And yes, there may be affection, there may be a genuine sort of feeling, because especially if you're making films that engage in people's deeper emotions. So you do have to navigate very carefully and know what you're talking about and know why you're doing it and in what way you can be useful. So for instance, if I'm doing human rights stuff, I think that the fourth sector or the charity sector, the NGO sector, non-governmental organizations, the fact that I have to explain the acronym speaks for itself, because their language is often very abstruse and arcane. And so my job was to go and make a kind of human connective tissue by visiting places, talking to people, writing about it, so that there was a connection being made between the people who wanted to learn about something that needed to be addressed over here, but needed to hear about it in a kind of human way. So in a sense, it's the same job. It's telling stories.
Right, and people will stop and listen
and they
pay
might
attention.
stop and listen, because you're drawing the spotlight a bit, and sometimes it can be very helpful.
Well, you're using your fame beautifully, and thank you for making this film. I think people are going to love it. It's great to talk to you.
And you, really. Thanks very much for having me. I really enjoyed that.
A big hello and thanks for joining us for a special edition of Pop Start Plus. I'm Joe Fryer filling in for Carson. Today on the show, we're taking a moment to indulge in the past and revisit our favorite nostalgic summer movies. We're going to take a look at why we feel the way we do when we watch those older summer flicks. And you're killing me, Smalls. Today, contributor Donna Farazan spoke to the cast of a movie that defines the season, The Sandlot. We found out why it still resonates today. And to close out our special show, we've got our friend Chris Witherspoon, founder and CEO of Pop Viewers. He's counting down the most nostalgic summer movie scenes of all time. Stay with us for all of that. It'll be great. To kick things off, here's a deep dive into how watching nostalgic films makes us feel, especially during the heat of summer.
Summer in itself is a great example of a trigger for nostalgia because it connotes many of the attributes that accompany nostalgia, such as longing for the carefreeness, the leisure of childhood. But when you watch something like a movie that's set at summer camp, you've got so many stimuli there that are reminding us that in our hectic, busy lives, should we not occasionally take a break?
So, either of you by any chance know how to play poker? Yeah, never played it before.
Roosevelt, how's that lanyard coming?
Horrible.
Film is a really good example of a medium that has all of the triggers for different kinds of sensory experiences, visual, auditory, such as the music in a film. And so you have all these varieties of sensory stimuli that help you to mentally transport yourself in two ways, by the way. One, when you're just remembering the past, you're transporting yourself back to that time. An interesting finding recently showed that when people just reminisce nostalgically, they even feel a little more healthy and vibrant, and they have more vitality. Why? Because when you transport yourself back, you're feeling a little bit of the feelings you felt when you were younger. Nostalgic films, especially for looking back to your beloved favorite childhood movies, those were a source of great comfort.
Shut up! You're killing me, Smalls. Dear Darla, I hate your stinking guts.
Their time! Up there! Down here, it's our time! It's our time down here!
In fact, in film, for example, we believe from the research data that there are characters in movies that serve as surrogates for us. So when you watch a film that you loved in the past, not only are you remembering when you watched it, with whom did you watch it, the conversations you had at the time, maybe you went out to the movies with friends or what have you. But in addition to that, as you watch characters in films play out their own problems and resolve them through this vicarious resolution, you feel that hope and optimism, which is a lot like the happy ending of many stories that we've seen throughout our lives, right? If you wanted to log them according to seasons of the year, for instance, summer is a great time. And what operates as a nostalgic film, it could be something like Star Wars, Episode 1, for a generation who saw that for the first time, either as children, teenagers, or young adults. And to some extent, it's transporting them not just to the film and the enjoyment of the film, but also it gives someone the ability to reflect upon what did it mean to me when I saw that as a kid, and now what would I think of it now? So sometimes when we rewatch an old film, we're comparing our understanding as full-fledged adults, or our understanding now that we've lived through so much, with what we thought when we first saw it. Also, for the elderly today, they might think back to the great summer films that were beach movies. You know, the parties on the beach and playing volleyball on the beach. When you think about transportation mentally through a film, now you have added onto it that you might transport yourself to somebody else's past or to somebody else's experience, not necessarily your own. So fiction can be enjoyed and benefited from, even in terms of nostalgia. For instance, a lot of nostalgic films incorporate within the plot or within the character lines, characters remembering back to their past.
I can still recall our last summer. I still see it all. Walks along the Seine, laughing in the rain.
I was the last one to move away, but when I did, the Sandlot was still there.
And then when you watch that, then that prompts you to sort of mentally transport yourself with that character back to their past as well. So it's very rich. Film is a very rich medium.
Our thanks to Professor Christine Batchel for sharing all of her findings and insights with us, a little better understanding of why those films make us feel so good. Still to come, even more nostalgia and more fun. Donna Farazan's chat with the Sandlot stars who played Yaya in Squints.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our Pop Start Plus special all about nostalgic summer movies. Now, if you're a 90s kid, you'll remember the 1993 release of a movie about a ragtag pack who loved playing ball. And it changed how we think about summer forever. Today, contributor Donna Farazan spoke to two of the stars from The Sandlot, Chauncey Leopardi, who played Squints, and Marty York, who played Yaya. They shared the responses they still get about the movie set during a summer back in 1962.
Was the summer you filmed The Sandlot the best summer of your lives?
It was for sure the best summer of my life.
Yeah.
I don't think anything, compares to it since then. And I think we just had a blast. It was summer camp for like 2 or 3 months that we filmed over the summer, and definitely the best.
Yeah, it was pretty great. It's hard to beat. Obviously, I love my family, and I wouldn't want my wife to think that, my 11-year-old summer was the best summer of my life. But it was pretty awesome, hanging out with friends and having that experience, and then getting to share it with the rest of the world forever. It's just it's a pretty amazing thing.
This film represents the best of summer. The 4th of July celebrations, the carnival, kids playing ball, the s'mores, you name it. There's so many different elements. Why do you think The Sandlot is a film that has defined summertime for a lot of people?
It takes people back to an era of the United States where kids went outside and they played, and when the sun went down, that's when they went home.
I want you to get out into the fresh air and make some friends. Run around, scrape your knees, get dirty.
You had adventures during the day.
It'll be 30 years next year, first of all. How does that feel for you guys?
It's amazing. I mean, anytime you do a film, you never know what the results are going to be. But to still be here talking about this 30 years later, and to see it still affecting people's lives for the better is that's kind of why you're in the arts. It's the reason that you want to do. That's what you set out when you have passion about a project, is to hope that you get one that changes things, forevermore. So it's a blessing. And we appreciate all the love and support that we've gotten over the years.
What were your favorite scenes to film for each of your characters?
I loved like all of the baseball stuff. Obviously, was a lot of fun. When we played the other team, it was a blast. Filming the whole chase scene, we did that for like 2 weeks. So just the dog chasing Benny and all the different stuff. That was a lot of fun as well. I think that there's like something to find that was cool about everything. And even in the treehouse stuff, that treehouse was amazing. This is when they really built sets for film still. There was no green screens or anything like that. So that was all like real craftsmanship. Somebody, a carpenter, the construction guys on set actually built those sets. So they were so cool and like so in depth, Mr. Myrtle's house. And it was a really cool time in filmmaking because you still had all of the crafts really showcasing their work, whereas now maybe things are a little bit more reliant on computer generated software and stuff like that. So it was a cool time to kind of see them, fabricate this really cool film and these really cool sets.
Obviously, my favorite scene was going over the fence to come face to face with the beast and being on that crane. And it's really cool because, back then, kids could do their own stunts, which would never happen nowadays. And just like a lot of the stuff that I didn't even see till the final picture came out. The 4th of July scene, we filmed that with just literally lights and gels that they put in front to make it look like fireworks were going off. When we filmed that, it didn't seem that iconic to me until you put Ray Charles to it, until you put the fireworks in the sky. And when we saw the final product, we were like, wow, like that really that's an amazing scene. So it's just movie magic.
God done shed his grace on thee.
What kind of memories do people, tell you that they have that are related to The Sandlot? What do the fans come up to you and say?
Everybody that relates to Squints that has the glasses or I get a lot of the pictures and the photos. Sometimes as growing up, having glasses is always like something that people could be a little reserved about or feel like they get picked on a little bit. So it's cool to have that cool character that people can relate to, that makes them feel like this is a superpower, not the opposite.
How do you think The Sandlot has helped empower young people to feel more included, be more inclusive, and, feel okay to embrace their differences?
It's awesome because this is a bunch of kids of all shapes, colors, and sizes. They're all different. They all have their own little thing. And, the main character is a kid that's feeling out of place and coming from somewhere else and really not fitting in. And it starts off with like his struggle of trying to connect with his stepfather and trying to connect with these kids in this new neighborhood. And it takes a guy like Benny, who is obviously a very strong character and an amazing baseball player and a total star, to just say, leave him alone. We need an extra guy, and this guy's gonna be it, So it's about including people regardless of, what the masses feel. So I think it has a lot to say about, real American values, because that's what America is. It's a melting pot of different cultures and different people that find common ground to create a better life for themselves.
Really cool to hear from those two. We're going to share more from them after the break, including what it was like to film that famous pool scene featuring Squints and Wendy Peppercorn.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. the day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our special episode of Pop Start Plus. Let's pick back up with Donna Fairzahn's conversation with two stars from The Sandlot, Marty York and Chauncey Leopardi, who spoke about that very pivotal pool scene and the impact it's had on young kids today.
Chauncey, you were talking about, Wendy Peppercorn and that pool scene, which is so iconic when your character almost drowns and then gets saved by the lifeguard that everyone has a crush on. What do you remember from shooting that scene?
God, he looks like a dead fish.
It was really cold. It was a really hot summer, but during the time that we shot the pool scene, it had dipped down into like the 70s, and we were shooting early mornings for the light, and it was freezing cold. So in a lot of those scenes, you can see us like shivering in the pool. Or I know it was like a big anticipation for me leading up to that. I kept asking the director, is today the day? Is today the day? You know what I mean? It was my first kissing scene, so
Wow.
Pretty exciting.
That is exciting. That's amazing. Just as we talked about earlier too, so much that has happened, or the emotions that are evoked from The Sandlot, translate into real life as well. On the Today Show, Hoda recently interviewed the three boys who had saved the dad who became unconscious underwater in their pool. It's an amazing story. They performed CPR on him, saved his life, and they credited learning CPR through watching The Sandlot and through that specific scene.
Now, who took a CPR class? Raise your hand. Nobody? But you did know, because what was one of your favorite movies?
The Sandlot.
What was your reaction to that news?
That's just incredible. Here we are 30 years later, and something that someone saw that we did 30 years ago saved their father's life. I mean, it makes you want to tear up, because it's such a beautiful thing. And, wherever we get the information from, it's great, So to be the force that helped them do that for their father, I'll never forget it.
Every time I come across a fan of The Sandlot, they always talk about it in a way that, they feel so comforted and cozy when watching it. It brings them back to a different time. Why do you think people feel so comforted when watching The Sandlot?
It's timeless. The way David Mickey Evans, the writer and director, shot it, he told the DP, Tony Richmond, he told him, I want it to look like Kodak chromatic film. So that's like an old, very pop arty type of film from the 60s. And he said, I want it to look like that. And I think because of the setting, had he have done it in the 90s when we shot it and placed it present day, I don't think it would have lasted and stood the test of time. It's like a Bel Air. It's like a 57 Chevy, It's something that the lines on it are going to be clean forever, and no matter what, you're always going to get a nostalgic feeling when you go see these old cars at these car shows, and just the storied time in American history. And because it's just frozen in time, I think that it stands the test of time, because it is a time capsule, like Marty said. It takes you to a happy place where, good or bad, we felt like everything was a little bit simpler.
Thank you to Marty and Chauncey for hanging out with us. Still to come, we've queued up some of the most nostalgic summer movie scenes of all time. Do we got any Parent Trap fans out there? Stick with us.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our special episode of Pop Start Plus. We are diving into everything you need to know about nostalgic summer movies. And who better to guide us along than Chris Witherspoon? He is the founder and CEO of Pop Viewers, and he's about to take us on a lovely trip down memory lane with some of the most nostalgic summer movie scenes ever.
Is there anything that beats the warm weather, the long sun-filled days, and fun that comes with summertime? Whether you went to camp or hung out by the pool, spent time with family and friends, or had 7 jobs like me, summer was always filled with terrific memories of growing up. Unfortunately, we'll never be kids again, but luckily, we'll always have movies to turn to that transport us back to those days, no matter what decade you grew up in. Let's count down as we watch some of the best nostalgic summer movie scenes of all time. First up, Weekend at Bernie's. It's an absolute classic. Now grab your sunblock and flip-flops because you'll be wanting to enjoy a weekend at the beach after watching this one. In it, Jonathan Silverman and Andrew McCarthy play friends who are invited for a weekend at their boss's opulent beach house. Lots of shenanigans ensue that ultimately lead to their boss, Bernie's, death. But to avoid ruining their weekend, Richard and Larry pretend he's still alive. Let's take a look at the clip.
You're probably right.
Get it together, Bernie.
Here we go, shoot. Move it over a little bit, okay, baby?
I don't understand why we have to move him, Rich. Oh, don't ask me any questions, Larry. Just move him. Oh. Here we go. Ready? I can't believe I'm touching a dead body. Here's your boss. Come on. Let's go. Whoa.
Oh, Bernie.
Oh, what a getter, huh? Oh, Bernie, you're on this, darling. Come on.
That's what you call some dead weight.
Come on, let's go. Come on, he's crazy. Here we go.
Wait, is there an award for playing the best dead guy? If so, Terry Kaiser deserves it. If you're looking to laugh like there's no tomorrow, add this film to your summer watch list. Next up, one of almost everyone's favorites, The Notebook. Ryan Gosling and Rachel McAdams killed these roles as lovers who were always meant to be together. Who could forget the moment when Noah and Allie reunited after 7 years apart? Did he just pick that boat up with his bare hands? I think he did.
I waited for you for 7 years. Now it's too late.
I wrote you 365 letters. I wrote you every day for a year.
You wrote me?
Yes. It wasn't over. It still isn't over.
Ooh. That's a kiss right there. Ooh. Talk about a hot girl summer. Even all that rain couldn't cool those two down. On to another fun one, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Now, if you watch this as a teen, then you got tons of ideas of how to spend the perfect day playing hooky. Matthew Broderick stars, of course, as Ferris Bueller, and the movie starts a month before Ferris's high school graduation. Ferris ends up at a museum, a baseball game, a fancy restaurant, you name it. One of the most hilarious moments was when his teacher realizes he's missing from class. Let's watch this clip.
Anderson.
Here.
Bueller. Bueller. Bueller.
He's sick. My best friend's sister's boyfriend's brother's girlfriend heard from this guy who knows this kid is going with the girl who saw Ferris pass out at 31 Flavors last night.
Now she can lie.
Pretty serious.
That's a good lie.
Thank you, Simone.
No problem whatsoever.
Fry.
Oh my God. Ben Stein's boring monotone delivery gets me every time. And P.S. Find yourself a coworker that will be your alias next time you want to ditch work on a summer Friday. Everybody needs one of those. Now, Clueless is one of those timeless movies following a group of popular high school friends. If you didn't know, it's a modernization of Jane Austen's Emma, and it's got an amazing cast. Alicia Silverstone and Paul Rudd, and of course, the late, great Brittany Murphy. Just to name a few. Check out this scene where Cher, played by Silverstone, makes the case for not participating in PE class.
Earth to Cher! Come in, Cher! Oh my God. Ms. Stoger, I would just like to say that physical education in this school is a disgrace. I mean, standing in
gym
line
outfits.
for 40 minutes is hardly
Different
aerobically
outfits.
effective. I doubt I've worked off the calories in a stick of carefree gum.
Come on, Cher. I feel like in this scene, Cher could have just said, as if, and been done with it. Clueless does take place throughout all 4 seasons, but real talk, those Beverly Hills vibes will have you feeling like you're on vacation. Another fun summer love story with lots of dancing. You guessed it, Dirty Dancing. Jennifer Grey and Patrick Swayze play Baby and Johnny, and the two fall in love after being paired as dance partners. Now, one of the most iconic movie lines ever came from the scene where Johnny proclaims his love for Baby before the movie's final epic dance performance. Let's watch.
Nobody puts Baby in a corner.
Tell him.
Sorry about the disruption, folks. But I always do the last dance of the season. But this year, somebody told me not to. So I'm gonna do my kind of dancing with a great partner.
Sit down.
He's not only a terrific dancer,
Dirty Dance.
somebody who's taught me that there are people willing to stand up for other people no matter what it costs them.
The best part's yet to come. I am declaring it now. Nobody puts Baby in the corner is one of the most iconic movie lines of all time. Try to tell me it's not. Alas, if only all of our summers could end with a sultry summer dance routine. And next up, one of my favorites, Poetic Justice. Janet Jackson, Regina King, and Tupac Shakur gave legendary performances in this film. They play friends who road trip to Oakland, California, and basically fall in love along the way. Poetic Justice is another one of those films that will definitely have you crying and laughing, but I love this scene where the friends crashed a random family barbecue. Let's take a look.
I don't think so.
My cousin. Look at my family over here. My cousins. What's up, cousin? How you doing, boy? Cousin. What's up, cousin? What's up? I ain't seen you and I don't know where. Yeah.
Janet Jackson knows how to give a good stank face, and sometimes all you gotta say is cousin. And you guys, I'm pleading the fifth on if I've ever crashed a barbecue for a burger. Please don't judge me. And last, but certainly not least, I doubt you've ever gone a summer without watching this one. The Parent Trap. The remake stars Lindsay Lohan and tells the story of twin sisters who meet and realize they are really sisters at summer camp. The moment they see each other and realize how much they look alike is priceless. Let's take a look. A new camp champ, come on. Those freckles get me every time.
Why is everyone staring?
Do we have Kleenex handy?
See what?
Please? I need them. This part gets me every time.
Resemblance between you and me?
Oh my God, every time that movie gets me. You know, I watched this movie so many times as a kid, and you couldn't tell me Lindsay Lohan didn't have a twin sister in real life. It's definitely one to add to the rotation, y'all. Okay, we just gave you a taste of a few surefire summer flicks. Now I know we outside again, but with this summer heat, nothing beats a good old movie night. We hope you have a blast watching or rewatching some of our favorite picks.
So many great recommendations. Our thanks to Chris for bringing them to us and for giving us all a boost with your terrific reactions. We should mention you can download the Pop Viewers app from the App Store. That was our Pop Start Plus Nostalgic Summer Movie Special here on Today All Day. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you had as much fun as we did revisiting some of our favorite films from the past. It's been a pleasure to bring them to you. Have a great day.
Hello, Today All Day family. Thank you for being with us, and we are so happy that we can say this. And let's say it together. Today is Friday. Friday.
Yes. By the way, in case you didn't know, you're watching our little digital show. It's called Today in 30. After we closed out the week here today with another big show. We started, of course, with the latest on that FBI search of the former president's Mar-a-Lago home. Donald Trump now joining the Justice Department, calling for the immediate release of the search warrant. So Kristen Walker is going to have a full report on that.
All right, then, are you itching to get away? The travel forecast is actually looking pretty sunny as we head into the fall season. Emily Aketa will give us a look at the dropping prices and also share some tips for getting those deals.
And speaking of, Jack Harlow had us all flying first class this morning.
I get it, yeah.
The rap superstar put on an amazing concert for his legions of fans on the plaza. And then he sat down with us on the third hour to talk about his really meteoric rise in the music world. So we're going to share that chat with you.
We also are going to have a visit with the delightful Mindy Kaling and the star of her hit series, Never Have I Ever. It's all coming right up on
Today in 30.
Let's get started with NBC's chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker. Kristen, good morning to you.
Savannah and Craig, good morning to both of you. That statement dropped just before midnight. Former President Trump saying he wants the search warrant unsealed. Now, a source familiar with the matter telling me overnight that Mr. Trump made that decision after talking to his team of lawyers, all amid those stunning new details that investigators may have been looking for documents at the very heart of the country's national security. Overnight, former President Trump with a defiant statement on his social media site, writing in part, "Not only will I not oppose the release of documents related to Monday's FBI search at his Mar-a-Lago estate, but I am going a step further by encouraging the immediate release of those documents, saying release the documents now." It comes after the bombshell revelation about what federal investigators were looking for at Mar-a-Lago. According to the Washington Post, but not confirmed by NBC News, classified documents relating to nuclear weapons were among the items FBI agents sought when they searched the former president's Florida estate. The Post citing sources familiar with the investigation. Mr. Trump's lawyer pressed overnight.
Is it your understanding that there were not documents related to our nuclear capabilities or nuclear issues that had national security implications in the president's possession when the agents showed up at Mar-a-Lago?
That's correct. I don't believe they were.
Do you know for a fact they were? Have you spoken to the president about it?
I have not specifically spoken to the president about what nuclear materials may or may not have been in there. I do not believe there were any in there.
The Washington Post also reporting that as authorities pursued the investigation, some officials came to suspect the Trump team was not being truthful, according to those sources familiar with the matter. NBC News has reached out to Trump's team but has not heard back. It all comes after that extraordinary public statement by Attorney General Merrick Garland Thursday, announcing the Justice Department has asked a federal judge to unseal the warrant.
I personally approved the decision to seek a search warrant in this matter.
Garland also hinting the authorities went forward with the search after trying other methods.
It is standard practice to seek less intrusive means as an alternative to a search.
Sources telling NBC News a subpoena was delivered to Mr. Trump's office on June 3rd, requiring him to turn over classified material. At a meeting set up to retrieve the documents, the sources say officials asked to see the storage room, and the former president agreed. Days later, authorities sent an email to request better security, and a second lock was added to the room. So the big question, what happens now? Well, the judge has set a deadline of this afternoon to let him know the position that the former president and his lawyers would take. Given that Mr. Trump is saying he does not object, we could see those documents very soon. Translation, we'll all be hitting the refresh button all day long.
Today's Consumer Confidential, our daily series highlighting stories, issues, and concerns tied to your money.
Soaring prices have forced a lot of Americans to skip a summer vacation this year, but some brand new numbers are revealing a sunnier travel forecast heading into the fall season.
We love this, Emily Ikeda. We love it. She's got some good news this morning. A look at the dropping prices. Also some tips for grabbing deals. Hey, Emily.
Good morning to you all. You could see a difference of hundreds of dollars. Earlier this summer, airline passengers were shelling out more than $400 a ticket. But come fall, analysts are anticipating airfare will drop to an average of around $240, below even pre-pandemic price tags.
After a chaotic summer travel season marred by sky-high prices and constant flight disruptions,
we're very anxious. We just want to get home.
Some welcome relief soaring into the picture, with this week's inflation report showing travel prices are dropping across the board, including airfares, rental cars, hotels, and gas. An improvement being celebrated by budget-conscious travelers who skipped summer vacations to avoid the painful price tag.
I can really see the difference from 2 months ago to now, and it's beautiful for me.
As kids head back to school and the summer travel rush eases, industry experts predict travel demand will continue to drop.
What does that in turn do to prices?
That decrease in demand tends to drive prices down. So it makes prices more competitive for people who do have the flexibility to hit the road this fall.
Travel app Hopper reports flights will be nearly 40% cheaper than summer's peak, sinking below pre-pandemic prices. Airlines already slashing prices to San Diego, Portland, and Salt Lake City by more than $200. And travelers are saving big at hotels in Hawaii and Florida, along with international stays in Turks and Caicos and Greece. The majority of Americans are planning a trip in the next 6 months, according to a recent survey, and many are leaning on credit card rewards to help ease the burn of inflation.
Credit card points and miles can do a lot for you. They not only often give you a little bit more flexibility, but it means you don't have to put cash on the line.
To stretch your dollar the furthest, experts also recommend travelers start tracking flights now with price monitoring tools. Book at least 3 weeks in advance for domestic flights and a month ahead of international trips. And remember, Friday night stays have been the most expensive this year, so fly and check into your hotel midweek if you can. All of it helping to make your next getaway more affordable.
Welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to go spend some time with you. Appreciate it. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I've been Boy, what a morning.
Yes, thanks to this young man, music superstar Jack Harlow, rocking our plaza all morning long with his hits. And now we're going to have a little time to chat with him. Jack, good morning.
Good morning.
Jack. Did you have a good time out here?
Oh, I had a blast.
Yeah, and now you're getting ready to go on your tour. I love this. Come home, the kids miss you tour. You're going to be all over the country, all over Canada. When you look out at this crowd, you see such a diverse mix of people, old, young, black, white, men, women. It's got to be a pretty good feeling knowing your music brings so many different people together.
Wow. Now that does feel good. That really does feel good. I think it's a beautiful thing, and it's a reflection of how the tours look too. I think A lot of my shows are like sing-alongs and feel-good experiences.
Yeah.
So I think there's a warmth that brings us all together. It's nice.
They know every word for sure.
They know every word.
Every word.
And I know there are a lot of girls out there, men and women, frankly, jealous of me sitting right next to you right now. But this wasn't an overnight success for you. I mean, you worked for this. Sorry, I'm dropping everything here. And, you know, your mom had some advice for you when it comes to practicing. I mean, you didn't just, you know, post something on Instagram and become an overnight success. You worked for it. What was her advice?
Well, she always was pushing me to put the time in, you know? One of the biggest things she told me was 10,000 hours and just to give it everything. But my parents just wanted to see I would do it. They didn't want me to treat it like a hobby, so I've been on it for years now. You're exactly right.
Yeah.
Jackie, I mean, you've worked, you know, obviously, you know, Drake and Lil Nas X and Justin Timberlake. Who haven't you worked with yet that you would love to work with? Oh, she said no.
Andre 3000.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Andre 3000.
You put it out there.
That's a big one. I've been manifesting for a while. A lot of the collaborations you just named are ones that in interviews over the years I hadn't done yet, and I would say, man, I just want to Pharrell, Drake, and then they would happen. So I'm just gonna keep saying Andre 3000 with faith that it'll happen.
Andre 3000 with you at the Super Bowl.
At the Super Bowl,
That's the
exactly.
show.
That would be everything I could ever want.
You're a believer in that and manifesting what you want for your destiny, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Let me ask you, Jack, you just got the VMA nominations. I think you were tied for the most with Kendrick Lamar and Lil Nas X. Is that old hat to you now, all these nominations, all the recognition, or are you still able to stop and feel proud of you, proud of the team that you guys have up here? What do you feel?
It's a great question. I find moments to soak it. There's certain times where you're forced to take a step back, but what's really got me to this point is thinking about the future. So we want to be here for a while, and we know that, you know, getting there is one thing, but staying there is the next thing. So we just keep working, and we're always thinking about next year. We're always thinking about the records that haven't came out.
And you're talking about your future. You announced earlier you're going to be in the remake of White Men Can't Jump. Is that part of your future, acting? Is that something you've always thought about?
I'd like it to be. I enjoyed it. That was my first role, and I'm definitely interested.
I just want to know. I know you started in high school and whatnot, making mixtapes. Give us a sample of like top 3 songs on a mixtape for you. Who are you listening to?
Wow, what a question. I guess if you're asking how my mixtape sounded, I was putting out music in like 2010 and 11 when I was a kid and what was really popular at the time was remixes. So I was rapping on beats like 6 Foot, 7 Foot, and Moment for Life, and a lot of like classics that our generation remembers. Black and Yellow by Wiz Khalifa, all those beats from the early 2010s. I was doing verses on those. So remixes were really hot when I was a kid. So I wasn't even doing a lot of original music.
Wow. Well, and Jack, you got a little surprise for a fan who's been here all morning. Jacob, take it away.
Yeah. I got a little finding to do. Where's Samantha? Is there a Samantha down here? Wait a minute. Samantha, is it your birthday?
Yes.
My understanding is Mr. Jack Harlow has arranged for you to go to an upcoming concert. So not only is it a happy birthday, it's a Harlow birthday for you.
Period.
How you feeling?
He's staring into my soul right now, so I really don't have any.
Anything you want to say to Mr. Harlow?
Love you.
He loves you back. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
That's fantastic.
Pretty cool, guys.
That is great. Jack Harlow, thank you so much for sharing this time with us.
Thanks for having me. It's been a breeze.
Best of luck.
Pleasure.
One more time, give it up for Jack Harlow.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
And we're back to Mr. Smith Goes to the Metaverse. The one, the only, the venerable Mr. Harry Smith went virtual for our series Inside the Metaverse. Respect to you, sir. He's here with his tour guide.
His tour guide.
The very familiar with the Metaverse, Savannah Sellers. Hi, guys.
Good morning. So, Harry, you had a lot of questions about the metaverse, like people at home. What is it? Do we need it? Is it just games? Well, here's what happened when we put on our headsets to get some answers.
If you're a little confused by the metaverse, you are not alone. It's growing rapidly, expected to explode to a $5 trillion industry by 2030. But it can seem like a whole new world if you've never used a VR headset. So I wanted to bring a first-timer in with me, our Harry Smith. See, Harry and I go way back, almost a decade. And we've gone from assistant and boss to really good friends. It's safe to say Harry's a metaverse skeptic, but somehow I convinced him to come check it out.
I'm very curious.
We enlisted some guidance from Alex Heath, deputy editor at The Verge, to go over the basics.
I just described this as Metaverse 101.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to take a crack at that in, say, 25 words or less?
You could think of it like the digital world we have now, but 3D, and you're inside it.
Relatively speaking, is this like embryo? Is this a baby?
I would say we're in the dial-up era of the metaverse, if you think of it that way.
I think it's fun. I can see the appeal. So many people are like, we don't need more virtual reality. What do you say to that?
You know, there's this feeling of presence you have in this thing. I do think that has an interesting element of just kind of human interaction.
Well, you know what they say. Don't knock it till you tried it.
Is that what they say?
So we put on our MetaQuest headsets.
Harry, are you in?
I'm so in already.
And we were off.
Isn't it cool?
Can you read my body language?
We first headed to Meta's Horizon Worlds, where some chaos and clarity ensued.
I'm over by the pole now. I don't want to be by the pole. How do I get back to my spot? Oh, I see. Well, I'm sick to my stomach now. No, I'm already going to vomit.
Why are you going to vomit? What's the matter? Hey, Harry.
Megan Fitzgerald, director of product marketing, stepped in to show us the ropes.
Megan, take us someplace.
Step one is mastering moving through this beautiful space.
I'm not sure beautiful is a word that would... It's interesting.
This is our plaza.
Harry just disappeared.
Harry's away.
I'm back.
With the gang back together, we set off on a relaxing start to our journey. A little metaverse meditation.
There's spa music playing, and it should be Flintstone music. Can't you just hook it up to Spotify or something?
How can you sit for meditation with no legs?
That's a really good point.
Next, I wanted to show Harry one of the most popular uses of the metaverse, games. But it wasn't so popular with Harry.
Me personally, this is lost on me.
So not exactly Harry's thing, but I had an idea.
So we're going to see a Foo Fighters concert.
Really?
Venues is a virtual space dedicated to events like live sports, comedy shows, and rock concerts.
To me, this looks like a place I'd want to hang out a little bit.
Hey, we found it.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Music's getting louder. Woohoo!
What do you think?
It's pretty cool.
Harry's jamming out.
Foo Fighters! Where's my Bic lighter?
Success, a win with Harry. And I had one more trick up my sleeve.
This is cool.
Bienvenido de Machu Picchu.
National Geographic's take on the metaverse, take you around the world.
You know what? This is like a great appetizer.
Oh, wow, look how big this place is.
It really would be amazing to see in person.
An all-around great day into the metaverse to South America and back. It just takes a little getting used to.
I'm now standing on the edge of a wall, and I'm starting to get sick to my stomach. So.
Wow, it's like you need virtual Maylocks.
Oh, the patch. I needed a patch. I need a little patch.
So you loved it looks like.
Oh, my. And you know, it's like being in a South Park episode. Like, just the animation is so primitive. And hearing all the hype, what's Public Enemy? Right?
Yeah.
Don't believe the hype.
Yeah, good pull, Harry.
It's like I go in there and I'm like, really? This is it?
Is what
and
it
I get it. It's at a very beginning stage.
Yeah.
It'll
The
be
embryo.
very important later on. But right now, I'm
do a
not going to
follow-up.
spend the money on
Let's go in person.
What'd you think, Savannah?
I mean, I think it's fun. I get it. I think the games, and the thing to me is, I get that it's not like we're actually physically together. The avatars look weird. You don't have legs.
Yeah.
But when we went to the Foo Fighters, it was like Harry and I are at the Foo Fighters, not just watching a YouTube at home.
Were they
you know
cartoon
what I mean?
Foo Fighters?
No,
or
they were really, there.
They had legs?
Yeah. They did have
I don't
legs.
think they were really there.
You know what I'm saying? It looked like them for real, not
would say
legless
the
people.
part I was excited about was the ghost in place, like Machu Picchu.
Yeah, that was awesome.
But
cool.
It's almost like Viewmaster. Remember,
Right. Oh,
like
sure.
from
Yeah.
the 50s?
Hold it up to the
click,
light.
click.
Right.
And we get 4K at home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted a little
You can just
better
watch it on
quality.
TV.
My
You know
top line takeaway here, Harry Smith, not a fan of the metaverse.
Not
Not
bad,
yet.
but
No,
I
not
got
yet.
a few.
Not
This
yet.
is cool.
Harry Smith is sitting on his virtual porch telling those virtual kids to get off the virtual lawn.
I'm with you, Harry.
Harry, thank you so much.
You guys look great in the
Good
metaverse.
sport.
Savannah, you're a
Great
tour
guy.
guide.
Best guide ever.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
If you have a teen in the house, or say a man in his 30s like myself, then you know and love the Netflix show Never Have I Ever.
So good. It's a coming-of-age story created by the brilliant Mindy Kaling about a first-generation Indian-American teenager played by the brilliant Maitreyi Ramakrishnan, and it is filled with love and laughs. Take a look.
So, you want to go to dinner this weekend?
Oh, yeah, like heat up your mom's leftovers and play Fortnite in your garage with Trent and Marcus? Sure.
Damn, is that what our dates are like?
Mm-hmm.
That sucks. No, like a real date. Like romantic. Have you ever been to CPK?
CPK, aka California Pizza Kitchen? Only the preeminent fast casual pizza chain in the U.S. Now that's a date. I wish I could go.
Yeah, sure. I love pizza.
CPK. Oh my God, the portions. It makes me miss the barbecue chicken pizza.
Right, doesn't it?
Yes. I mean, Mindy, I don't know, like, what kind of genius exists inside your brain, but you're creating all of these shows, these hits,
everything
that make us want to, like, either go back to high school or be different in high school, go back to college and actually have sex. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's how I'm feeling too. It's like, it's so nice to make these shows about young women who are completely unafraid. They don't have the same hang-ups I had. I was just like a chubby, repressed kid who hated my body. Like, these are young women who are like confident, and we're so lucky that Maitreyi is the lead on Never Have I Ever, because she does such an amazing job.
She really does.
So great, you know. How has your life changed since being on this show?
Oh my God, like in every way possible. I mean, before I was just in high school, living my life, and, you know, grew up in the same area my entire life. I was like in school with the same people in elementary school, middle school, high school, and then suddenly I'm meeting a whole bunch of different people. The first time I'm away from Canada, so that's insane.
Wow. What do your friends think?
They actually forget that I'm famous sometimes, to be honest. Like, genuinely, no matter what magazine cover I do, no matter what show I get to go on, they, like, forget.
Well, you know what?
They're
Give
really
me their
interested.
numbers. I will remind them every second of the way.
I love this. Yes,
right?
please.
Mindy, we were saying you were having a moment. Like, we were saying that not only it's the summer of Mindy. We declared it. I don't know if you know. We also declared.
Tell me
Coastal
more.
Grandma,
Yes, tell me
and
more.
that took off, and Feral Girl Summer.
Please.
That took off.
I love Summer of Mindy.
It's the summer of Mindy. You're looking incredibly beautiful, and
Oh,
you
thank
posted
you.
something which I resonated with and loved. You said something to the extent of, "I didn't peak in high school. I'm still out here getting cuter."
Same.
Well, that is the great poet Jack Harlow.
Yes, it is.
The great poet Jack Harlow. And I just, you know, it's like we're getting out of COVID. I had my kids. I just wanted to be healthy and like wear sexy clothes. And, you know, she inspires me so much. I mean, look at her. She's so gorgeous. And I just, you know.
No, I feel you. I mean, it's like after that baby, it's like it takes a bit.
Yeah.
And then you're like, I'm ready to have fun and be a mom, but also like a mom that has their own life. And you're also building an empire.
Oh, thank you.
You are.
Thank you.
I mean, what is that, like, how has that changed everything for you?
Well, you know, so many of my shows are about young women, so I feel blessed to have them in my life. It makes me feel young. I mean, she's constantly giving me advice from everything from like fashion, culture, TikTok, Jack Harlow, like, it's just, it makes me feel young, and I just feel blessed because I have kids, and I want to be that mom that, like, you know, knows stuff. So I really love working with young women, and particularly like the young women of color and all the shows that I work on. It's just great.
And you have a daughter.
Yes.
You know what? I feel bad. Because when your daughter tries to get away with things in high school and college, you're like, you can't, because not only did I live it, but I wrote it, produced it, and put it on HBO. Are these shows gearing you up to being a mom for a teenager?
I really hope not.
Yeah,
because
say.
some of this stuff, these shows are
scared.
These are like horny kids. These are like
we
misbehaved
maybe
horny
didn't
kids.
live it, right?
Yeah,
and that's why you're writing it.
Maybe it'll be like more of a cautionary tale for them rather than that. I mean, were you like this in high school?
No, I mean, tried to, but not as not as confident as these women, which is also an awesome example for
I
all
also
girls.
wasn't cute in high school and college.
I believe that.
You know, God was fair. God was fair. He made me cute my 29s.
I don't know.
This all came at like 29.
This arm is okay. Also, my tree. We loved this thing you talked about, your baddie grandma, that you got everything from her.
Yes, my baddie grandma. I realize I talk about my grandma a lot in interviews, and she watches every single interview that I do
Is
at
she
least 2
watching
times.
right now?
Honestly, yeah. Yeah, she would, and she'll send it to every single WhatsApp group chat she can. She'll send it to me as if I wasn't in the conversation. That's my personal favorite. Yeah, my grandma's a baddie. She's a baddie.
Oh, I love that.
Is she proud of you?
Yes, she is very, very proud of me. I mean, she's like, I grew up with my grandma. I never had a babysitter. My grandma was the one that picked up my brother and I from school every day, and I hung out at her place all the time. She did like all the Easter egg hunts for me, and I was like, this is the best. I love my grandma to death.
Oh, I love that.
Now, we heard that you are a huge Office fan. Yes. So we want to know what's your favorite Kelly Kapoor line ever.
One of my favorite moments is Ryan saying, Kelly, do you have a question? Yeah, I do. Number 1, how dare you? That's a good one. And another one, I just look really good in white.
That one is priceless.
That might be mine.
How'd she do?
So good.
How'd she do?
She was like better than the original.
No.
And I'm also like being triggered back to playing that character. She was such a brat.
She is.
She was
Kelly
so
is.
unhelpful. She wore white to somebody else's wedding. She was always
perfect.
I kind of liked her. She broke the rules.
She was a pest. It was nice to play that character.
Yeah, well, you guys are both killing it, and we love you both. Thank you for coming by. Season 3 of Never Have I Ever is streaming now on Netflix.
Well, we hope you have a great weekend and come back on Monday to join us for the kickoff of another big week on Today. Sheryl Crow will be here.
Sheryl Crow. Have a great weekend, y'all. See you next week.
There are dozens of Chinatowns all across America with interesting architecture, diverse restaurants, and specialty shops. It's no wonder they're popular with locals and tourists alike. They also provide places for new immigrants and for families to create communities. But with gentrification and all sorts of problems from the pandemic, it's no wonder that all these Chinatowns are rapidly changing. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Okay, so it's no surprise. There's incredible food to be found here in Manhattan's Chinatown, folks lining up all the time. But there used to be Chinatowns in cities and towns, big and small, all across this country. In fact, the longest running family-owned Chinese restaurant is in a place you might never think of, Butte, Montana. At the turn of the century, Butte, Montana was a bustling mining town. The invention of electricity leading to a demand for conductors like copper. Mining boomed, the city flourishing. The demand for labor brought thousands of immigrants to Butte. They came from so many different countries, including Italy, Ireland, and China. It was the classic portrait of the American West, with gambling, saloons, even a red light district. By 1914, Butte's Chinatown was thriving, with over 60 Chinese-owned businesses.
Now we're going to prepare broccoli beef. My name is Jerry Tam, and I'm the owner of the Pekin Noodle Parlor.
The Pekin first opened as a tobacco shop and casino run by Jerry's great-uncle, Hum Yao. 2 years later, Hum adding a restaurant, and the Pekin Noodle Parlor was born.
This building has 3 different levels. The top level, obviously, is the Pekin Noodle Parlor. And then the second level on the main street used to be a herbal medicine shop.
That shop was run by Jerry's great-grandfather, Tam Kwang Yi.
And it's crazy to think that, everything came over from China at one time. Like, they didn't make soy sauce in America. The noodles were fried and brought over on ships because they didn't make fresh noodles. So the history of this place really holds true that this is a Chinese restaurant, from Chinese immigrants.
I met up with culinary historian Grace Young to learn more about America's earliest Chinatown. Where was the first Chinatown and how did it get started?
The first Chinatown is San Francisco. The first Chinese came to California for the gold rush, and that was 1848. And they came because America needed cheap labor. And so from gold rush, they ended up doing farming, manufacturing, and then eventually they worked on the Transcontinental Railroad. And the first Chinatown formed because America wanted cheap labor, but they didn't want the Chinese to live with whites. So they were ostracized from white communities.
So talk to me about that first wave of Chinese immigration to the U.S.
The Chinese came from southern China, principally from the area of Canton, and there was tremendous prejudice against the Chinese. They were lynched, and because the Chinese were willing to work for lower wages, they were seen as the reason why Americans were suffering so much. So the blame was unfairly placed on the Chinese.
In 1882,
Congress signed the Chinese Exclusion Act into law. It banned Chinese from migrating to the U.S. It marks the only time in American history that an entire race or ethnic group was banned from immigrating.
But the interesting thing about this Exclusion Act was that there was actually exemption for Chinese tourists, students, teachers, and also merchants.
A landmark court case in 1915 classified Chinese restaurant owners as merchants.
And it gave them a way to circumvent the Exclusion Act of 1882.
It was this exemption that allowed Jerry's great uncle to open Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, paving a path for more family members to immigrate to the U.S. and help the business. Jerry's father, Danny Wong, arrived in the U.S. in 1947 as a teenager.
Ever since he was 14 years old, he's been working at the Pekin Noodle Parlor, and he just started with the simple roles of washing dishes, and then he learned how to cook, and then he slowly just started integrating himself into, managing it and working with the waitresses and the staff.
Danny taking over the restaurant in the 1950s, spending years turning it into a pillar of the local community.
Well, I've been coming here for at least 50 years. They give me plenty of food. I never walk away hungry.
I love coming to work because of all the people I work with. Like, they choose really nice people. And
my father probably employed over 10,000 people at this, throughout his whole entire life. So it's interesting to know that there's nearly 5 to 6 generations of people that, have worked here.
The menu at Pekin Noodle Parlor hasn't changed much over the years.
We do a thing called chop suey. And what chop suey is tidbits of leftover vegetables that were kind of mixed together in its own gravy and served on top of chow mein noodles. We've been serving it for over 110 years.
Chop suey is in large part why Chinese food became so popular across the United States.
Chop suey was the first time America experienced a culinary craze, a food craze. And it's starting at the end of the 19th century that there are Americans who are venturing into Chinatown. The way they got them to even experiment with Chinese food was to make a stir fry that was actually quite bland. So they used bamboo shoots, water chestnuts, onions, oftentimes there was celery.
For many years, Chinatowns were the only places where non-Chinese Americans could sample Asian flavors.
Americans were going into Chinatown, some were curious, they wanted to experience curio shops, Chinese operas.
With increased tourism, Chinatowns in large cities grew, but it was a different story in Montana. Like many mining towns, Butte lost many of its workers as production slowed in the 1950s.
Once the copper ran dry, then the people just started to pick up and just kind of move on and move back to their families and the bigger states.
As miners left Butte for new opportunities, its Chinatown disappeared. In the early 1900s, there were 7 chop suey restaurants listed in the Butte City Directory. Today, only the Pekin Noodle Parlor remains open.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Today is Now a Podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Jerry Tam runs the Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, Montana.
People may know this is the oldest Chinese restaurant in America, but below it is so much history.
Despite Pekin's historic status, Jerry says he was never pressured by family to join the business.
I never learned to cook until I came back in around 2009, because like any Asian American, my parents wanted all of their kids to go to college, so we all went to colleges around the nation and to get a better education, to become a lawyer, a doctor, and what have you. But I went into fashion, and what was great about that is I got to see the world because of it.
In 2004, Jerry even appearing on Bravo's Project Runway. But a few years later, family duty calling him home.
And unfortunately, my mom had a stroke, so my dad needed help, taking care of her and taking care of the restaurant. I think it was really hard on my father because they were in a generation where they loved each other every day, and they were just best friends.
After Jerry's mom passed, Jerry and his dad began operating Pekin together.
He never stopped working, so he was working here all the way until 85, until he couldn't make up the stairs anymore. My father and I spent every day together. I made sure he was healthy all the way till the end, the best of my ability I can do. My father passed in November, and it was really, heartbreaking. He didn't want to say goodbye to my sisters or me or this restaurant or the community. He loved Butte, Montana.
Jerry now runs Pekin Noodle Parlor with his cousin Nelson. Together, they're working to preserve a family legacy and keep a piece of Chinese American history alive in an unlikely place.
I've been asked the question, what is the future of the Pekin? And the best answer I can give you is, let's just keep it the same. Let's not change anything, because that's what people come here for. They need to have their parking spots, they have their booths, they have their favorite place to sit at the bar. I don't think they want any change, because this is a place that feels like home.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Today is Now a Podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
While New York City is home to America's largest Chinatown, the honor of the oldest goes to San Francisco, and that's where the Far East Cafe is located. It is one of the last remaining historic Chinese banquet halls. After a 2-year hiatus, this celebrated venue hosted the 64th annual Miss Chinatown USA pageant, a Lunar New Year tradition. The occasion marking a triumphant milestone for the century-old institution. Bill Lee has owned the Far East Cafe since 1999. His daughter Kathy working by his side as the manager.
He brought me into the restaurant to kind of understand the roots of our culture. He wanted me to remember that, Chinatown is about community, is about traditions, is about culture.
For many in the community, Chinese banquet halls are more than just venues for special events.
I feel that Far East is kind of like a second home for, a lot of our patrons that come in because they feel so comfortable. So much history and so many memories, A lot of patrons that have been here, they told me, they're like, oh, my parents had my red egg ginger party. It's very similar to like a baptism. And that was like 50 something years ago.
And that history is everywhere you look at Far East.
The ceilings, like my dad mentioned, the high ceilings, the moldings are all original. And the lanterns were all imported from China in the 1920s. So they're over 100 plus years old.
For the last few decades, there were 5 giant banquet-style restaurants in San Francisco's Chinatown. But with rising rents and gentrification, most have since closed their doors. By early 2020, only 2 banquet halls remained.
The Far East Cafe planned to celebrate its 100-year anniversary with a big celebration. Instead, it's now planning to close its doors.
At the start of the pandemic, the restaurant stayed afloat by cooking meals for senior citizens and low-income residents in Chinatown.
We applied for a PPP loan, and we got over $200,000. We also received money from the feed and fuel program. Then our landlord gave us 6 months of free rent.
Beyond COVID, a different type of virus brought more harm to Chinatowns across the country. Anti-Asian hate crimes soaring by nearly 340% in 2021.
When this started happening, I felt very, very sad and also very angry because I'm like, why is this happening to Chinatown? Why is it happening to our community? For these people to target elderly people, to push them down, to rob them, don't they realize that they have grandparents too, or they have parents that are that age? And if that happened to their parents, how would they feel?
People saw the attacks when they watched the news and heard reports, and they got even more scared. They don't want to go out, even for special events like the Mid-Autumn Festival. We tried to invite them, but they didn't want to come.
We used to be open until 10 o'clock before pandemic. Sometimes we would stay out here until midnight if we had events. Now, we can't do that. We changed the business hours to close at 7:30, because safety is the most important thing.
Business owners across Chinatown still face hostility. George and Cindy Chen opened China Live in 2017.
We've been lucky. We've only had a couple instances where, people scream anti-Asian slurs. And we're concerned about our employees, coming to work and being harassed. I think that ignorance is very unfortunate.
China Live is a massive marketplace with multiple restaurants. It's in a building that once housed a banquet hall like Far East.
I remember coming to a wedding here when I was in college, and there were, I think literally 5,000 people in like 6 restaurants. But unfortunately, real estate was getting very expensive, so it's not very cost effective if you don't have that business.
But 2 years ago, the couple had to lay off 200 workers. However, with the support of partners, George and Cindy were able to pivot their business on a few fronts.
We did, the ghost kitchen was selling outside our box. So we have 10 locations in the Bay Area, from San Jose to Berkeley, and they can order food from those ghost kitchens.
Ghost kitchens prepare restaurant-quality food exclusively for delivery or takeout.
We sold so many Peking ducks, we didn't know what to do with all the duck fat. So what do? You make popcorn with it. So that's why we have a duck fat popcorn.
As business picked up, China Live was able to rehire 100 workers. Despite an uncertain future, these restaurants remain hopeful that business will rebound.
There's more police presence. People are more, as a community, standing up for ourselves, making sure that we have like the buddy system, making sure that we're together and we feel safe, that we're walking together, that we have each other's back.
I mean, dining out is an essential part of life, right? I mean, what more fun is to look forward to having dinner with friends you haven't seen at a new place or an old favorite place?
But some old favorites just can't be replaced.
During the pandemic, many restaurants have shut down. Far East is now the biggest restaurant in Chinatown. If Far East closes, there won't be space big enough to host large events for the community.
We were overjoyed having that Miss Chinatown USA event here, a press conference, and just being able to reconnect with the community. It warmed my heart. And my dad was just like so overjoyed that people were coming in just to celebrate.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To learn more about the future of Chinese American restaurants, I went to visit Chef Lucas Sin in New York City. This savvy chef is on a mission to save mom and pop shops from closing and putting a spin on the classics.
Hey, nice to meet
good
you.
To see you.
All right, can't wait to talk and taste.
Come in here.
Lucas was born and raised in Hong Kong. Growing up, he had never heard of dishes like General Tso's chicken.
What was your first experience with Chinese American food?
Yeah.
And did you go, what the heck is this?
I was here for summer camp, and on Tuesdays, at 10 o'clock or so, right before bedtime, this van would pull up in the front of the school, and you could pick between sesame chicken, General Tso's chicken, orange chicken with broccoli and fried rice or white rice or whatever it was. The first thought was that this is ridiculously delicious, whereas it's been my whole life. And the second thought is that what in the world is the difference between orange chicken and General Tso's chicken and sesame chicken? Why is there so much that I don't understand about this if last time I checked it was Chinese?
Lucas actually studied cognitive science at Yale, but he always had a passion for cooking. His summers spent training in award-winning restaurants in Hong Kong and Japan. After graduating in 2015, Lucas opened his first restaurant with Yale classmate Yang Zhao. Junzi Kitchen is a fast casual chain that serves modern Chinese fare. But Lucas remained passionate about the Chinese American cuisine he first tasted as a boy.
So how did Chinese American food, the food that we have become familiar with, how did that develop? How did that happen?
Now, Chinese takeout is interesting, right? Because it's all over the United States.
So these folks come in, they apprentice in a restaurant, they learn those recipes, and
they
then
go
move
somewhere
on
else, right?
to open their own
exactly.
restaurant.
And then their cousins come from Fujian, and then those recipes are passed on. And there's a remarkable similarity to these dishes.
Despite the popularity of Chinese American food, many family-owned restaurants that once dotted Chinatowns and other urban areas have been closing for years.
Opening restaurants is really difficult, and running restaurants is perhaps even more difficult. These moms and dads open these restaurants so that their kids can go to university and become lawyers and doctors and television hosts and whatnot. And now they're finally able to do that. They don't need to run these restaurants anymore, right? Suddenly livelihoods have changed. That's a good thing.
Lucas and Young hatched an idea to help smaller businesses in 2019. Nice Day seeks out restaurants facing closure, then works with the owners to remodel the space and update the menus. The pandemic stalled the team's initial plans, but the second location in Long Island is slated to open this spring.
It's important to me that these new Chinese American takeout restaurants that we're building called Nice Day work with the previous generation of owners, because they have a lot of knowledge that we don't. They know their customers, they know what sells, they know how to cook these dishes, they have recipes.
You raise an interesting point, Lucas, in that you talk to these retired Chinese restaurant owners. Is that part of the sense of trying to memorialize what could be lost?
Now, preserving recipes is part of it, but the other important part is preserving the way business is done. Chinese takeout restaurants are one of the few restaurants in the world that if they're open from, let's say, 11 to 10, the work hours are 11 to 10. They don't have any prep hours. The same cooks that do the wok stir fries are also prepping during the day. It's ridiculously efficient, and it's got to do with the setup and the way that the kitchens are run, but it's also important to us that we give back to this last generation and that we can make sure that owners who want to retire can retire well, and that that legacy can be preserved in a new type of American Chinese takeout restaurant.
While Nice Day pays homage to popular Chinese American recipes, Lucas has been celebrated for his innovative fusion dishes. In 2021, he was named one of Food and Wine's best new chefs.
We serve a mapo mac and cheese here, which is a variation on that dish. It's fusion-y and it's silly, and it's just an attempt to do something ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. It betrays every chef sensibility that I have, but unfortunately it's delicious and it's interesting and it gets people talking.
Finally, it's time to eat. Lucas showing me how to make his signature dish. How do we get started?
So the mapo mac and cheese, the mac and the cheese elements are rigorously American. This is elbow macaroni,
right?
Cooked halfway, and this is Velveeta. But the mapo element is going to be in the form of a mapo sauce, if you will. The last two elements that really sort of take this over the edge is Chinese sausage.
Oh.
It can function like bacon, and some dried shiitake mushrooms that we've rehydrated. So to start off with, we're just going to cut a couple of things. And this tofu we will then put into the deep fryer.
This concludes the chopping portion of our program.
Next, garlic and ginger are cooked till fragrant. Then, spicy bean paste and soybean paste are added to start the sauce. Mushroom broth is added, the mixture brought to a boil so the flavors infuse.
Can I give that a try?
Yeah, absolutely. Here you go. So your left hand's on the wok? Yeah.
Yes. I can't get any altitude on this thing. Nothing's coming up. That's why the pros do it, baby.
At this point, everything's smelling quite good. So the macaroni is going to go in, as well as the soup we just made. Once it's boiling and happy, 2 slices of the best
Velveeta
American cheese. Wait for that Velveeta to melt. You'll see that sauce is already beautifully tied together. We like to plate this dish in the Chinese takeout box.
Oh, wow.
Because it's silly.
Why not? It's fun. Boom.
Some fried tofu puffs as croutons go over the top. That's a little bit of texture and the homage to the original mapo tofu. These fresh scallions are actually really important because they cut through the heaviness of the original dish.
Wow. Just a little spice, the creaminess, the crunch of the tofu.
I hope you get a little bit of the
little
Chinese sausage, yeah.
Whoa, you've never had mac and cheese like this.
Amid a global pandemic, changing family dynamics, and anti-Asian racism, Chinatowns across America and the communities that sustain them face a challenging road ahead.
Every business that is open right now is still fighting for its life. And I think that the best way to fight the anti-Asian hate is to show our love for the community. Come to Chinatown or your local Asian American Pacific Islander restaurant, store, market, give them your business. We have lost so much during the pandemic, and I think it makes us all so much more conscious that we have to protect what we love.
Good morning. Breaking news, release the documents. Former President Trump weighs in overnight, joining the Justice Department's call to unseal the search warrant on his Mar-a-Lago home. The Attorney General, in rare public comment, says he personally okayed that controversial step.
I personally approved the decision to seek a search warrant in this matter.